filmmaking in Nigeria. You know, a director is in charge of the production when it comes to the art of the production. That is why you see that Loney will sponsor a film, but it is not a Loney John film. It is a Loney John production because it is his money, but it is a Prince Daniel film because it's my creativity, it's my brain work, even though it is his film. So some people were wondering, why would the producer of the film not have the credit for an XYZ film? Instead, an XYZ production. So we have some people here who would answer some of these questions that you might have, especially for emerging filmmakers who, by projection, should be taking over the industry in the next 10 years. We saw some of them yesterday during the EU short film competition, where I was privileged to be one of the jury. We watched fantastic films by emerging filmmakers. So somehow, whether our elders like, whether we like or not, we would at some point have to leave the industry for you people. So now is the time. So we'll use the remaining less than 15 minutes to just do Q&A. You have any question bothering you around the industry? I'm not the one to answer. Some experts are here. They will answer. The one I can answer, I will answer. Because I'm also a practitioner in the industry. One of the people I respect so much in the industry is Mr. Bride Wonder Obasi. And he's here right with us, and he will help to ask some of the questions. Just a background of his profile. He's the producer director of If I Am President, one of the films that had called attention to national issues that I've never seen before. Another one, which he just finished recently, is Chains. But not only that, he's the curator for EU short film competition. And not only that, he is the founder of African Film for Impact Festival, AFIF, here in Abuja, one of the finest film festivals in Nigeria. And not only that, he's the CEO of High Definition Film Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me respectfully acknowledge Mr. Bride Wonder Obasi. Yes, you can do better with your applause. So, just for the purpose of the Q&A, please, I may beg that you come to the front. And then I have the chairman of the Directors Guild of Nigeria, Abuja chapter. His name is Holy Steve. Is Holy Steve in the building? Yes. Please, Holy Steve, come over. Anyone who wants to join the Directors Guild of Nigeria, please sit. Just quickly, we'll do Q&A before 12. We'll take the national anthem. Our MC for the day comes up, and then we continue. And then I also have the chairman of the Directors Guild of Nigeria, Plateau State chapter, Loney John. Please, a round of applause for him. A professional basketballer. And just recently, he's been appointed as the scout, football scout, and talent managers for Plateau United. Please, another round of applause for him. For those who have younger ones that want to play football, there's a scout. And not only for Plateau United, he's an international football scout. So you have siblings who want to play football. The president of the Directors Guild of Nigeria just stepped out. When he comes in, we'll just bring him up. This is not the main event. We just didn't see that we should waste time till 12. So by 12, we start proper. So we'll pass the mic. If you have any concern or any question, in the next 10 minutes, let us utilize this session. 10 minutes. Any question around the industry? Any question around the industry? Please stand up your hand. Thank you. Sound team, please. Microphone. Are they there? Okay, we'll need an extra mic. Okay. Let's hear you, ma. We need a mic, please. Or maybe you should use this one. Okay, they are coming, right?
Thank you. Part of this. Okay, hi everyone. Good morning. My name is Misola. And they said that we should ask any question, right? Okay, so I think this event is about talking about investment in the film organized by the Directors Guild of Nigeria. All right, so an issue occurred recently that's really making waves in the film industry, and I'm sure most people here know about it. It's some form of incident that happened between an actor on a film production set. Now, I wish the DGN guy is here because I was trying to have this conversation with him before we start, but I didn't really get the flow, what I really needed to hear. Now, you were asking earlier on if anybody has anyone who wants to join the guild, right? And based on this particular incident that happened, for me as an individual, I really don't think I'm encouraged to join the guild based on the attitude of the members of the guild. Now, if it's a guild, it's not a cult. What are the guilds putting in place to encourage newcomers? What are the guilds putting in place? Sensible relationship, working relationship between actors and guild members. Because we've had a lot of issues this year. I think this year a lot of guilds are really putting things together, trying to say we are for our guild. Anyone that does anything against our member will react. We've had a couple of actors have incidents with guild members, starting from production managers to producers to what have you, right? And I know that notable actors have had to preserve their peace so that issues don't escalate, so that they don't have their names out there. And I'm sure a couple of you have heard that if one very big actor had issue, with a production manager or so, it went really bad. And my question is, why is it that things are really what is causing this rift between actors and guild members, supposedly producers and directors guild? So what are you doing to foster peace? Especially with this issue at hand, it's not about flaunting power, like, okay, we are a group, we're gonna deal with you guys. Are you out to deal with people, or you're out to encourage people to be part of the guild? Now, moving forward, if you're trying to invite investors into this industry, which for very many years, people have tried, and it's as if they failed. And it's as if when there's like a ray of hope for some investors to come in, some people believe it's hijacked by some people who know how to play the politics. Now, and then another thing, some of these investors are even looking at actors rather than direct. They don't even care about you directors or producers. They want faces. You go to like a what's it called? A media agency. They'll rather give funds to actors because they are the ones making actors, producers, and directors these days. They'll rather give them money than believe in you that you claim to be a director with donkey number of years and awards in your coffers. So what are you doing to make make it like a safe playing ground for all practitioners without having enmity, without putting fear? You just need to listen to some actors online now, even in some interviews, and understand the sort of things a lot of actors have had to bottle up on set because they don't want to be blacklisted. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I, for one, as an actress as well, I've been through things that I feel it's better to keep my peace because I don't want to run out of business. Not all of us have that boldness. So as a guild, what are you doing to foster peace? What are you doing to foster a peaceful collaboration between actors and even people that are not even members of any guild? This is a business. This is job. We pay our bills through this job. We pay our taxes. Do you understand? So you can't say if I'm not a member of your guild, I will not. And I was telling someone, these days content creators are taking our jobs. They would rather give someone who's some Mr. Beast money than say, oh yeah, director, come and take money and make films. On YouTube, on Netflix, on Prime. The the narrative is changing. So I think we need to start changing with that narrative and be more accommodating, as an industry. So I hope you got my questions. What are you doing to encourage investors when there is rift in the industry? What are you doing to foster peace between the guilds and actors? What are you doing to protect the peace of industry players? Thank you.
All right, some of the responses will come from the president because he has been in the committee that looked at that issue between the actor and that set, and there was a comprehensive report. So when he comes in, we'll ask him to make notes from it. But on the table, they will make some quick responses. Mr. Bright.
Okay, thank you for raising this up. Exactly what I was going to say, if Mr. President was in the room, a lot of controversy came from that stuff, online, especially online and offline. Mr. President is actually the best person to throw more light into one of the major things you mentioned. But I think what you also said, they are tied together, both of them. The question, you asked about the investor making investments ready, the house ready for investment, and then also solving our problem. Don't wash your dirty linen outside. You've been around for a long time. How many times have you seen a Directors Guild investment summit? So, honestly, I want to say to the current leadership of the Directors Guild of Nigeria, a big kudos. When you bring people into the room to have these conversations, you discover that you start making solutions. Right now, your voice is heard because the Directors Guild decided to put this up. Some of the things you asked, truth is we cannot deny it. It's not just about the Directors Guild, the Actors Guild, the Producers Guild. We're in an industry where we do not yet have proper structure. So, things like this are designed to help us start having these kind of conversations that will help us create the structure that is required. So DGN put up this summit because they wanted someone like you to have a voice, speak it here, and we have a couple of people. But if you look around you, this summit was promoted. Maybe it's not given, maybe on CNN, it's not on CNN, announced on CNN, but there was promotion given to it. Let's even talk about the local house. How many of the local house practitioners are here? You realize that sometimes people talk, but when it's time to do, you don't take the action. So I would say a big commendation first to the Guild for putting this up to help us start having the conversation. In every home, there is chaos or there is problem, there are challenges. But when you don't sit on tables to discuss it and then draft solutions, sometimes if this hall were filled with practitioners across board, we don't need government yet. We don't need the investors yet. If this home was filled with the practitioners and these practitioners banter, they have this conversation, they have argument, you'll be shocked that policies will be drafted out of this same conversation, and we go back to our guilds and we have the conversations on how to work together. But sometimes when you create this thing, you don't even see the people who want to have the conversation. We go on social media and we start fighting on social media. So I would say we've started because we're beginning to have the conversation, and this is the starting point. I think when the president comes, he will throw more light into the question you asked about, like what transpired. I think if he thinks it's something he would want to talk about, he will throw more light to it. This is what I have to say for now.
Thank you, Mr. Bright. Anyone? So you want to take it up?
Okay. Let me just throw a little light on. If you take your mind back to the days of the beginning, thank God I can see Uncle Ejike Asewo in the building. It's a pity that some of our practitioners these days doesn't know the rules. So, but I think what the Guild is doing now is to bring us together as entertainers, as filmmakers, both the producers, the actors, and the directors. Bring us together where we have a common umbrella, where we can lay our complaints and our voice will be heard. What transpired on that side, I will tell you 100% that the entire Guild leadership is at it, which the president is part of. So, and they've worked out modalities. So I believe we are trying to put a structures now that the actors know their place, the directors know their place, the producers know their place. Are you getting it? The olden ones knows this. They started very well, but along the line we lost it. But I will tell you right now about the new leadership that we are having, both from the Directors Guild, the Producers Guild, and the Actors Guild. They are trying their best to bring back those lost glory. So when the president comes, he will throw more light, because there are some things we're not supposed to say here, that he has the right. If he wants to let you guys know, fine. If he doesn't want to, he will throw more light on that. Thank you.
All right. Lonnie, you want to step in?
All right, thank you so much. Sister, are we together? All right. I think knowledge is power. I said it's a plus when I saw the verdict of what transpired. I saw a plus not in the verdict, but I saw a plus in collaborations. That was what I saw. Sister, are we together? You asked the question? All right. That's the first thing that came to my mind, because for the first time I am seeing the Directors Guild, the Association of Movie Producers, the Actors Guild of Nigeria coming together to take a stand. Now, I am saying this not to demean a party because I was not there. I also have my reservations about the judgment, whether it's positive or negative, because I saw a view of the video. I've not seen everything. That's number one. Then, ignorance is darker than darkness. Why am I saying this? I've gone to sets where actors, let me use the word, A-list actors that come to set, assistants given to them, they walk about with umbrellas covered, but the cinematographer or the cameraman is struggling with the sun on his LCD. Now, I am not saying do not protect the actor. No, I am saying, can we have a knowledge about our positions? Lastly, I would want to talk about, if you talk about governments or corporate bodies, how many directors or producers do they know? They don't really get to know them. They don't even know their names. But if you call a Genevieve, they know Genevieve, they know Iniedo, they know Kanayo or Kanayo. So because they lack that knowledge I earlier talked about, governments or corporate bodies would want to deal with these stars. They can give them monies to say, okay, go and produce film. Hence, some of the flaws we have in the industry. Now, policy, like what Mr. Bright talked about, is key. Coming together of all the bodies under an umbrella to a summit as this is a plus for the future. So that's my little encouragement I would want to give on that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Please, another round of applause for them as they step out. Thank you, gentlemen, for that chit-chat. I wish we started it longer during this waiting time. So, as we said, we will start. May we please rise for the national anthem, please. Rise for the national anthem. Studio. National anthem. Thank you. Please, may you be comfortably seated. My co-anchor, my main anchor, if you are ready, just begin to find your way to the podium. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the maiden edition of DGN Film and Television Summit. Okay, our organs at the top are trying to sit. And sound, please, we may need an extra mic. Thank you. I like the sound output. A round of applause for our studio. I'll give you their names so that you contact them for your event. By way of introduction, my co-anchor is coming. We'll reintroduce ourselves, and then we'll introduce the people on the high table, even though all of us are on the high table, but some are in the front high table. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephanie Osagai, and I will be his co-anchor. Don't mind him.
Okay, my name is Prince Daniel Aboki. I will be her co-anchor.
Well, this is the first step to collaboration, so we are co-anchors. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful day to be here. A very big welcome. And we're happy to see all of you. We are happy to see you all. Directors Guild of Nigeria, thank you very much for this opportunity. Let's get started, shall we?
Yes, so Stephanie, we'll get started. It is the maiden edition of the DGN Film and Television Summit. And I said earlier, one of the concerns of filmmakers is, how do I access funds for my production? It's a concern that will be addressed here this afternoon. And then insurance, where is the place of insurance in film production? And then what about co-production? It is one of the concerns of the industry. For example, in 2 days I'll be signing a co-production with a producer in Kenya. What are the legal terms for the co-production and how does it benefit us? These are some of the things that we'll be addressing today. But before then, we will also recognize some dignitaries here seated, and we'll continue to update the list as they come in. I will just take it in no particular order, because all the people on the high table are very big people, and they are esteemed as far as we are concerned. So let us introduce the chief host of today's event. He's young, he's vibrant, and he's already taken the Directors Guild of Nigeria to another level. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of the Directors Guild of Nigeria is Chief Sir Uche Agbo. A round of applause for him. And last year, we were at his film festival. He is, of course, the founder of Coal City International Film Festival, which within the shortest years possible is one of the most recognized film festivals in Nigeria. So while there, I met someone who I lost contact with for a very long time, and coincidentally or incidentally, he's the head jury for Zuma International Film Festival, a respected veteran actor, a director, and a total thespian. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Ejike Asiegbu. Are you clapping? Aha, Stephanie, it's a very loaded table.
Extremely loaded.
Yeah, extremely loaded. We are also expecting the Executive Director of Programs, NTA, but some of the bigger people in the front, their names will be sent to us now. so that we would recognize them as the program progresses before my main anchor takes over while I take my seat. I'm here not as an MC, I'm here as the team lead, as the president would say, of the maiden edition of the summit. And I will introduce at the course of the event some of our team members who made it possible in the shortest time possible. So at this point, the amiable lady will invite the president of the Directors Guild of Nigeria for an opening remark.
So it's time for us to take that opening remark from the man that was referred to yesterday as Talking Ado. He says it and he does it. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. The president of the Directors Guild of Nigeria, how did you say it? Chief Mr. Uche Abo.
Is that how you are clapping for a
A
whole
round
president?
of applause, please. Thank you.
The most important thing.
Thank you.
Or you prefer this mic?
All right. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will crave your indulgence, like Nigeria would say, to stand on the existing protocol. I don't know where they got that chief from. Perhaps because of my green cap. But I want to first welcome everyone who are seated here present. This DGN Film and TV Investment Summit became necessary because over the years, the members of the Guild, and indeed a lot of young filmmakers, have always asked, we have these great ideas, but we don't know how to fund it. And I've always told some of them that are very close to me that funding is the least of your worries. Being able to access funds sometimes is the easiest part. The most difficult part has always been how do you recoup the fund? And when somebody invests a certain amount of money to your project, how are you able to recoup it and peradventure make profit? That and many other questions will be answered during the course of the DGN Film and TV Investment Summit. I've always also maintained that insurance, the insurance companies, the legal arm or illegal services, and insurance has been, have become part and parcel of production process. But here it's difficult to access insurance for productions. And I don't mean health insurance as case may be, but insurance for productions, to insure your equipment, to insure your cast and crew, to ensure should there be like accident on set and all of that. That also will be one of the things that the question will be answering here during the DGN TV and Film Investment Summit. We also know that recently there is a behavior of activities going on with the largest TV network in Africa, which is the NTA. And so we kept on asking, if we have a network as big as NTA, how will filmmakers and creatives leverage on their reach to be able to tap into the today demand of the industry? And we are happy to have the Executive Director Program of NTA come here today to answer some of those questions. Let me state categorically that this first edition, for me and for the members of the team, is more like a formative ideation. We believe that going forward, we are going to ensure that it becomes more robust. We are going to use this platform to create more opportunities and to ensure that at the end of every investment summit, there are actually films that are funded from activities that are carried on in the investment summit. So for me, this is like taking off. And like you always know, to start a thing is the most difficult part, but also to continue a thing is the most difficult part. So permit me to say that the Directors Guild of Nigeria has realized its important role in leadership when it comes to the industry. And we are not relenting, we are not holding back. I want to once again welcome all of you, and I want to believe that at the end of today's program, we will all go home happier and more fulfilled by the conversations that we're going to have here. I'm not going to step down without appreciating the DG, or the MD rather, of the Nigerian Film Corporation in the person of Dr. Alinuhu, who graciously agreed to partner with us for this very first edition of DGN Film and TV Investment Summit. I want to say a special thank you to him and to the rest of his crew. Thank you, and God bless you all.
A round of applause for Mr. President. Una hear me so? I say me una clap for Oga Presido. People are saying a pigeon will go tear go.
Now, wow. We would like to acknowledge the very presence of a very, 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 very wonderful film journalist, which is a very rare occurrence in Nollywood. We don't really have a lot of film journalists, but this man is a fantastic film journalist. Outstanding film journalist. In our midst, ladies and gentlemen, we have greatness. We have the very Abdul Karim Baba Aminu. Welcome. Good afternoon, sir. A round of applause for him, please.
And again, Stephanie, I think they would have to be generous with applause because it's a free event. The least they can do is to clap.
Can we rehearse?
Thank you.
Yes.
And of course, the president just touched the surface. We already have funders for pitching sessions for the next summit. And it is not small money. I'm talking about huge money. By the way, when my film went to the Oscars, Sterling Bank gave me some cool millions. And they are coming on board for the pitching. In case they are hearing now, they know that we have just set them up for that. But the president is working around the clock to ensure that happens. Yesterday, the EU's short film competition went so well, and the EU want to do it again and again. But this time around, it will have to be around Zuma, much more around DGN. Kuba Akaba. MashaAllah. Let me also quickly recognize the chairman for the Abuja chapter of the Directors Guild of Nigeria. Is the host. The president is the chief host. He is the host. Holy Steve, please. Thank you very much. And then the chairman for Plateau chapter, Lonnie John, please stand up to be recognized. Yeah, so as we progress, we'll be updating the lists.
Exactly. I would like to also acknowledge the very presence of a legendary filmmaker, Amayo Uzo. Welcome. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, so just away from where you are, Chief Amayo Uzo. I think he also stepped out.
Yeah, he stepped out.
So again, if you have questions around the Directors Guild of Nigeria or around the industry, it is the best opportunity that you have to do that. I've had a lot of people from yesterday's session coming to ask me, how do I get to the Oscars? As if I knew how I got there. But I told them the simple how was just start from where you are. And where I started from, when I left acting, was from making short films. So we will be around, all of us and our orgas will be around to answer your questions one-on-one. The veteran actor, Ejike, is also here. So feel free, network, and we will all do it together. Let me also acknowledge the Public Relations Officer of the Directors Guild of Nigeria, Mr. Emmanuel Eyaba. Please, I must attack you, Allah. And earlier on, Mr. Bride Wonder Obasi stepped out. I did introduce him as the curator for the EU Short Film Competition, as well as the founder of Africa Film for Impact Festival, African Film for Impact Festival. English wants to fail me. He's also the CEO of High Definition Film Academy. Mr. Bright, please. Please move to the front This is one of our panelists for today. Please, Atapa Masa. Do we have anyone we are yet to acknowledge? Okay, so, and to you, the participants, you are very important to also just give yourself one sweet applause. And we'll do it this way. We'll rub it. If I say rub it, you rub your palms. Rub it. Rub it. Everybody rub it. And if I say clap, you. So, for the participant, rub it. Rub it. Rub it well. Rub it well. And push. Again, rub it, rub it, rub it. Is it warm? Touch it. Rub it, and then, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the time we've been waiting for has arrived. And we are going on with the first program for today. I would like to call onto the podium Miss Martha Akanimo Inobong, the district manager of Cornerstone. Please, Ma, can you come to the podium?
The better you clap,
The faster
she
gets
comes.
here. Joining her would be the President Directors Guild of Nigeria, Chief, Mr. Uche Abo.
Okay, so we will drop the chief on the president's name. He's getting uncomfortable. He's feeling old.
To start off this banter, I'm going to leave my anchor.
No, you can't escape. Because it was something that I want to escape.
You know, when it comes to money talk and everything that surrounds that, some people are good for this conversation. While we wait for that sidebar to be done, we are going to practice the clap again. Can we do that, the rub and punch?
Okay, all right.
The rub and punch.
Yeah, rub it. Rub it. And give it a push. So
Great.
I reached out to an insurance broker to say my next film will be a cast and crew 1,200. And I did insurance. She said, for how many people? I said, for the whole cast and crew. So that got us to a conversation around insurance for cast and crew on production set. But this morning or this afternoon, the president and one of the finest brokers, insurance people in Nigeria, will be doing a fire, so fire what?
Fire.
All right, so together they will converse while we sit. Please, a round of applause for them again. And Stephanie and I will step aside.
For now. Thank
now.
you.
Hello. Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This session is very important to me, and I thought I should have this conversation directly and with the insurance company, because I had a meeting with their company in Lagos, and some of the questions I was asking them, they said it would be important that we discuss them in public so that the members of the creative industry will, tap from the answers they will be providing. So once again, I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Speak to the mic.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great. So let's start from who you are. When I mean who you are, I mean the insurance company, what they do, what are the opportunities thereof for creatives.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martha. I'll be representing Cornerstone Insurance. Cornerstone Insurance has been in existence since 1991, and we are basically into the risk sector of the insurance. We do both life and general insurance. For the creatives, we have several products that can fit very well with the sector. And one of this, some of these products include the very well-known group life insurance. Another also includes personal accidents for the cast and crew while on set. We understand that even though your job is to bring entertainment, it also involves a lot of risks that people may not see. So to ensure that some of this risk, the pressure of some of these risks doesn't fall on you, there are several products that can handle that, and one of that is the personal accidents. Personal accidents while on set, injuries, bodily injuries, hospitalization, even death while on set can also be covered. And then we also have the professional indemnity and third-party liability. While doing your productions, you have someone who is not in the cast and crew gets hurt. Probably property of a third party gets destroyed. The Cornerstone can also cover that for you. So these are some of the products that...
Okay, so just to be more specific, I mean, when you mentioned death, I heard some rumor, some murmuring amongst the audience. But just to be more specific, people have also wondered because, I mean, budgets for production in this country, I mean, this industry, rarely do we have, okay, well, we have very few, let me put it this way, we have very few high budget productions.
Okay.
Most of the productions that sustain Nollywood, that are, have taken us to the point where they are saying that we're the second largest in the world, are usually mostly 5 million below, or sometimes below 7 million, or let me just say below 10 million, right?
Okay.
So some people might wonder, is insurance not too expensive for such production?
So if you think insurance is too expensive for such production, then consider what it will cost you to cater for someone who has been injured. Consider what it will cost you to compensate a family whose breadwinner has just lost his life on set. And then ask yourself, is it really expensive to go the insurance route, or is it expensive to rather compensate my deceased or affected cast and crew from my pocket?
Okay, knowing that we're a very, prayerful country, we pray a lot before we go on set, depending and hoping that God will do the rest for us. Now, if you're asking us to, subscribe to insurance for our productions, can you give us like range, what it means to ensure, for instance, equipment and some of the products you mentioned? Are there ranges that we can be looking at for a production that is less than 10 million? Are there like range in terms of subscription that a producer should be having at the back of his or her mind?
Yes, we have. For instance, if you're going in for personal accident and third-party liability, it's very cheap. As low as 3,000, you can get one person insured on that set. As low as 3,000, insured against death, insured against personal accident, hospitalization. Yes, as low as 3,000. Now for your ORIX, you can get for as low as 0.8% of what you want your sum assured to be.
So, if someone eventually has an accident or whatever, God forbid, like we always say, what is the maximum the person can access in terms of the hospital bills, compensation, or what have you, having paid that 3,000?
Okay, for 3,000, if a death occurs, 1 million is paid out. If it is permanent disability, 1 million is paid out. For hospitalization, it's 100,000. You can raise the cap, but 3,000 is the minimum. You can raise the cap if you say, I want to do just personal, if I want to do just permanent disability, I want to do death, then you can just pick 2,000 and raise the cap. So the choice is yours. You pick what you want to pick and then raise the cap for yourself. But the minimum is 3,000, and for 1 million payout each.
So what that means is that for every 3,000, right?
Yes.
If such a thing occurs, the maximum the person can access is like $1 million.
Per time, yes.
Per time.
So if you're on set this time, and of just to be clear, that covers for the year. It
Okay.
covers that person for 1 year. So if you're on set in January and you got accidented, you would get compensated. And if in March another happens, you also get compensated. So it covers you for the year. It's not a one. It's not per incident.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so moving away from just human beings now, looking at machines, equipment, do you people have products? Because my good friend here, Bright, at some point lost his equipment to a criminal. Were you able to recover? Okay, great. Luckily for him, he's able to recover, but so many people may not be able to recover. Do you have insurance for such situation like theft, damages, or what have you? And what are the details of what filmmakers are expected to use to insure those equipment, and for how long, and what are they expected to get from it?
Okay, so we have a policy called the All Risks Policy. As it says, all risks. It covers both theft, it covers damages while on set, it covers fire, it covers anything pertaining to risk on that product, whether machines, whether whatever it is you want to insure. Yes, it covers, and it's for a year. Our insurance is usually for a year.
Yeah, but is it like a flat rate? Or, for instance, I have a red camera, which is like more expensive, obviously, than maybe a Lumix or something. Like, there are different prices. Is it like the same flat rate?
Yeah, it's a flat rate, but then the cost of your camera would not be the cost of another person's camera, or will not be the cost of whatever other machine you're using. So it depends on the cost. That's the sum assured. We call it sum assured. Depends on what you want your sum assured to be, on the value of the machine or the value of the equipment. So that determines what you would pay.
Okay, so you evaluate the equipment before
Exactly.
Okay, so now let me now take you direct to where my concern has been. What is the insurance company doing as a body to encourage the growth of the industry, the creative industry, beyond using it like a trading, should I use the word trading platform? Are there programs, are there calculated policies like other parts of the world do that insurance company is doing to encourage the creatives deliberately?
Okay, so I'm aware that Cornerstone, I will speak for Cornerstone, I'm aware that Cornerstone is working with his actuaries to ensure that we create a policy that fits into the entertainment industry, a policy that encapsulates every risk that you may want to cover. I'm aware that such conversation is ongoing. That's one. I'm also aware that we reached out to organizations at different times to sensitize them on the need to get certain kind of insurance cover for themselves. And then I'm also aware that where there are some functions, Cornerstone also tries as much as possible to sponsor such functions.
Please, you say where there are some, before some of my members.
I wouldn't say all, I said some.
All right. Okay, so so majorly it's about collaboration for the insurance company.
Exactly.
And for big scale productions like my anchor or co-anchor, as they call themselves, had mentioned, that has a cast of over 1,200 or more, are there some sort of rebate that you can offer them to encourage them to ensure all of that big scale production?
Okay, yes. Where there's a large scale production, we are ready to negotiate. So we're not a rigid organization. We're ready to negotiate on rates. Cornerstone is open for negotiation on rates.
So in other words, Aboki can easily walk into Cornerstone and say, can you give me like 50% rebate, and you'll be willing to consider that?
I wouldn't say 50% off.
So what's like the best you can go
I
for?
think at this point, our underwriters would be the best to answer such questions, to know how far are we willing to go. But I'm very sure that negotiation is very possible. It's been done in time past.
All right, so this conversation is not just going to be between me and her. I will we will also entertain if there are questions that are going to come from the floor for specific questions as it regards how it concerns your program. Please, if there's mic, you can keep it close to the audience. Anybody that has specific question, because the essence of bringing Cornerstone on board is so that they can give us vivid idea of how insurance can play a key role in our productions. Let me say this: there is there's a producer in Lagos that had an actor fall inside a ditch in the course of production, and that ditch tore the actor's leg to the point that it affected the bone. Luckily for them, that production was insured, and she was taken to like one of the best hospitals in Lagos and treatment done. Now, I was beginning to wonder when we saw the cost of that treatment, assuming that production was not insured, the amount of money that producer would have spent. So that's why it's important for producers who are on the platform right here to ask specific questions as it concerns you. So please, if you have questions, feel free. Okay, great.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, right. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Mine is just a comment, and also one, I want to commend the president of Directors Guild of Nigeria for this wonderful initiative. And I will say that despite or against all odds that we're beginning to have insurance companies come to our aid. So you need to, however, have more of this collaboration with our DGN president and also other arms of the industry, creative industry, to let them be aware, of the kind of intervention that you can bring. Yesterday, I spoke with Cornerstone Madam, and she also talked about even beyond even the equipment, how you can insure your own phone. This is the first time I'm hearing that you can insure your phone, even your ears, handsets, and all that. So I think it's a very good opportunity for members who are here that this should be in the front burner. And beyond that too, there should be a follow-up to engage not just only the creatives, but as well every other person. But at the same time, madam, you need to do more in terms of creating awareness, because it's not yet done. And thank God for our president. He will also be able to get that to other engagements within in the industry. So I hope that this partnership should be sustained and that everything works out well. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Particularly before the next person, he made mention of something that has to do with awareness. What is Cornerstone doing to improve visibility and even make us understand? Because, it's difficult to explain to creatives the importance. Are there deliberate plan from your side as Cornerstone in terms of publicity, visibility, engagement to, encourage creatives to buy into insurance?
Okay, so yeah, Cornerstone has taken necessary steps to ensure that advertisements are done on social media platforms, yes, and then on print as well. And I would also take this feedback down so that it will be tailored even more to the entertainment industry for more visibility in that industry.
Okay. Any other person? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Okwe Ayola, and I am a film director, a young filmmaker. So I have a question considering from the young filmmaker perspective. Considering that young filmmakers often shoot guerrilla-style filmmaking without permits, how can the insurance industry design entry-level or micro policies that can help young filmmakers grow responsibly into like full production?
Okay, so you didn't get that? Okay, so he's a young filmmaker.
Okay.
And most of these young filmmakers are guerrilla filmmakers. What that means is, most often than not, it's almost at no budget to make some of the films that they make. So what are the things that the insurance company is doing? One, to create some specific packages that can help them to be able to grow into should I say, a bigger production house or a bigger production force? Are there specific packages for such session of filmmakers who are still starting out? They don't have like budget for their production. I hope that captures your intent. All right.
Okay, so I'll start by mentioning a product that I think can help, and then I'd mentioned earlier that Cornerstone is working with our actuaries to come up with a policy that fits the entertainment industry. And I will also mention the fact that we need to look into the the upcoming directors, and creatives. Yeah, so one of the policies that I think would help a lot, because I know that sometimes you go on set and you have your budget per day, and for some reasons you can't shoot. Probably an equipment broke down and all of that, and the cost for that day is gone. So we have a policy called business interruption. So where there's a business interruption because of a breakdown in one of your machineries or some incident that has to do with unplanned, of course, Cornerstone is ready to come up to compensate for the loss incurred that day. It's called business interruption. I think this will help the upcoming creatives, because if you've had a slim budget and you're not able to meet up with production for that day, we are ready to compensate for that day. But as regards having to create policies that fit you, we would look into that.
All right. Now that the young people have spoken, what about let me now flip the coin. Because when I was trying to get insurance package for for DGN, right? For Directors Guild of Nigeria, for my directors, one of the things that keep coming up is for the people that are above 60. And your team keeps saying there's a special package, as if those ones are nearing a certain. So can you explain to us, for the people that are above 60, okay, what is that special package that you people keep talking about?
Okay, I'd mentioned that we had group life. Yes, and group life also comes in different ranges from 18 to about 60, and then those from 60 and above. So the rate to give to those 18 and between 18 to 60 is different from the rate to give to those 60 and above. And we all know why. Because this is, I'm going to explain, sir. I'm going to explain. Okay. This is a risky business. We also need to ensure that we remain profitable, even though we are trying to protect you. And we know that from 60 and above, the life expectancy drops. So we ensure that if we are going to insure those from 60 and above, we have to take up that rate a bit. So when we say we have something special, for every of our products, it covers even the aged. But then, or not, let me not say for every, but for most of our products, it covers the aged. But then the premium will be tweaked a bit. It will go higher a bit.
Okay, trying to round off now. Let's look at, we've talked about production insurance. Now let's look at proper health insurance packages, right? Okay. Which is not production bound. If a group like, let's say DGN or AGN or any other group in the industry is interested in comprehensive health insurance for their members, what are the available options, and how can Cornerstone be helpful, knowing that the creatives are not particularly salary earners? This month it might come big, next month it may not come at all. Are there a way that do you have a package that people can, like they say in real estate, pay small and still be able to access the health insurance as a group for creatives?
When you say health insurance, I'm sure you're talking about hospitals.
Yes, comprehensive health insurance.
Okay, so yeah, we are not we are not an HMO, of course, but we have HMOs that we work closely with. We're not HMOs, but we have HMO partners that we work closely with, and we can recommend or work with any of them to ensure that we come up with something that with a package that fits the creatives. So
in other words, right now, Cornerstone doesn't have a HMO of their own?
No, we're not an HMO organization.
All right. So any other person? Any other question? Okay, there's one more hand there. We'll take that, and then she gives us her parting words, and we should be out of your face. Right there.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Olawale Kelvin Olamide. I want to make a statement. particularly she said something about pushing this investment through social media. And since this is pertaining to, film, the creative and all, I want to say that you guys should target film schools, because really most of these things are not being taught there. So if you have like a means whereby you could access film schools and teach them or enlighten them about health insurance and the whole package and all of that, it will really help us, we young filmmakers, to understand the risk of this business and try to start making commitments to these things. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much.
You want to react to that?
Yes, so I think from what I understood, he's asked that we target film schools. Is that correct?
Yeah, more engagements, like film schools, organizations, particularly, yes, but he emphasized film school, yes.
Yeah, so that's why first and foremost we are reaching out to the creatives through the DGN, of course, and other associations to ensure that from the top we can get to the root. So yes, we'll look into it.
All right, parting words, and any parting words, a particular? Okay, question.
So,
There's a question
okay,
here.
another question? All right, but before we get there, my own is, for example, the number of crew that I have, is it possible to do a shadow insurance? I don't know the right word for it, but shadow insurance in the sense that, could I say of the 1,200 people, I would do insurance up to 500 without names? Is that possible?
No. We want to have
It
the
has to
names
be
of everyone covered.
No, because sometimes you go into the production, or before you go into production, some crew would have dropped off the production, and then you've insured them already. What do you do? Is it possible then to do transfer of insurance or something?
Okay, so we would like for you keep update us please, but we need the names of everyone covered. So where there's a claim, we know who we're paying. Do you understand? So we need the details of everyone covered.
All right.
All right.
Last question, please.
Thank you very much. I'm a student of the National Film Institute, University of Jos, a master's student in film culture and archival studies. I was privileged to get the exchange programs sponsored by the DAAD at Frankfurt to study at Goethe University. And part of the requirement to get the visa to be able to travel to Frankfurt was to get health insurance. And I had my registration done with Cornerstone Health Insurance. By the time I got there, we were asked to turn in our registration for health insurance. I realized that it was turned down. I don't know, is there a limitation for these health insurance cover outside the shores of Nigeria? Because I had to do another health insurance outside the shores of Nigeria. So please, I don't know, filmmakers or film productions can go beyond the shores of Nigeria. I would like to know if there are such limitations and what becomes of we that have done such registration. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to get you clear, please. You said you took up a travel insurance from Cornerstone?
Yes.
A travel insurance?
Yes, I have proof.
Okay, so because for travel insurance, there shouldn't be limitation. We covered the Schengen, we covered Worldwide. So there shouldn't be limitation. So I would like to see you after now to know what exactly happened, and we'll take it up from there. But I know that there shouldn't be limitation. I've never really heard of any issue before.
No problem.
And we're really sorry about this, please.
It's okay.
All right. Do you have any parting words?
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, DGN, for
Pardon me?
this platform to speak on what we do and how it benefits you. And we look forward to more opportunities like this.
All right. Thank you very much. Prince, is there any form of pictures, or we're good?
Yes,
It's like the challenge is communal. So other students have the same challenge. So when you say see me, it means all of them will have to see you, or you have to answer at once. So
they have, Cornerstone has a table right behind us. So maybe at the end of the program or during the course of the program, you can visit their table, right? Just right behind us.
Okay.
Thank you. Aha.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Martha and Mr. Uchiabo, for that wonderful session. It is incredible to know that with as low as 3,000, we can secure a lot. It's something that we should put into consideration. If you are going to be part of any set, it is something that you should probably have a conversation about and say what is put in place for us. And hopefully Cornerstone can meet us there. Thank you very much. On to the next program for today. Before we do that,
Okay, so are you learning? Is somebody learning something? Yeah, thank you very much. We are privileged to have the executive director programs from the NTA. She's already on the high table. Please, a round of applause for her. I'm usually partial anytime it comes to NTA because I started my professional career with NTA Tales by Moonlight in Lagos then. So anytime I hear NTA, my hair keeps tingling. And with the new moves by the NTA to bring back some of our classics like Kokro at Dawn and others, you know that NTA is not only rebranded, but is taking the industry by storm. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the Executive Director, Programs for the NTA. A round of applause as she comes up. You can clap better. I'm sure you'll be wondering, have they omitted her name? No. We're keeping the name for the moment we'll call it separately. Huh? Yes, but for now, please encourage her with a round of applause as she comes over. Looking amazing. Yes.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Wow. Thank you to DJ Directors Guild and Zuma Film Festival for organizing this. We always love to take advantage of any opportunity to engage with the industry and speak of some of the initiatives that NTA is putting forward for everyone to benefit from. As you all probably know, we are Nigerian Television Authority. We are the public broadcaster for Nigeria, Africa's largest network. We have been in existence since 1977, established by the NTA Act of 1977, and our mandate is to inform, to educate, and to entertain the generality of the Nigerian public, and we have been doing that all these years. But I'm sure you know, everyone here probably understands that the media landscape has evolved over the years, and so NTA as an institution has also had to evolve over the years. And right now we are also in another stage of our evolution, because everything has changed. In the golden years of NTA, we were a monopoly where it was just NTA. But as private sector participation came into the industry, now beyond that, we have streamers, we have YouTube, we have social media where everyone operates some form of broadcasting platform or the other. So the question that we always need to ask ourselves as an institution is, how can we reinvent ourselves such that we remain relevant to our audience at this time? And our audience is just not anymore on linear television as we know it. Now we have an audience across. So everything that we do now, we think of online, we think of mobile, and every NTA's programming you can catch it at any point in time. We stream everything. We are on different social networks, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything goes live most times across the platforms. So the question that one might ask now is, what is in it for us? What does NTA, how can we benefit from NTA at this time? And there's so many ways. So we have realized that for us to continue to fulfill our mandate and put out programming that is relevant, we can't do it all by ourselves. There's just so much to do. And we find that we don't have to do it all by ourselves. There are so many of you who are doing amazing work out there, who are generating extremely good content, and you need a platform for it. NTA, we have across the nation, we have up to 176 channels, because we have stations at the zonal levels, geographical zonal levels. We have stations across different states. We even have community stations in senatorial districts. And then at the same time, we're on DSTV. We have 4 channels on DSTV. We are on Star Times. We're on Go TV. So when we say, I'm sure you're all familiar when we say the network service of the NTA, that is the prime of the prime time. And that's when every NTA, all these different channels are plugged in to showing the same thing. So you can't beat the reach is a literal statement. We have the reach. No one has been able to surpass the reach over the years. But right now, what we're working on is how do we elevate the content such that wherever it is that you are getting NTA, you know that you are getting value, and it's something that you can always trust and rely on to get quality entertainment, information, whatever it is you come to NTA for. The moderator had spoken about how we are reinventing some of our classics, and that's something that is very important to us because we have told the best stories over the years. We all know of classic NTA formats like Cockerel at Dawn, Behind the Clouds, Mirror in the Sun. We know of Basi and Company, Ichoku, Second Chance. These were all fantastic stories that captured the imagination of Nigerians across various generations. But I'm sure there are many people, like if I ask the students that are at the back, tell me about Cockerel at Dawn or tell me about Second Chance, they probably cannot, but these are things that their parents grew up watching. So we want to include everybody. These stories are still so evergreen, still so relevant that we can reinvent them for a new generation, the same story formats, but then we just adapt it to a contemporary setting where you have younger, fresher actors, newer talent as cinematographers, as directors, producers. And we're doing one right now. We engage the industry to find partners who will work with us to reinvent some of these classics. And I'm happy to say that, was it just about 2 months ago, we signed an MOU for the remake of Cockerel at Dawn, which we partnered with Native Filmworks and ITK Productions, which is Steve Gukas and Dimbo Atia. And right now, as I speak, we are working actively on that partnership to remake Cockerels. And we have a target of by around Q3 2026 for that to be on the screens. And that's just one. We have the same plan for a lot of other of our classics. So and we are open, we are operating a very open door policy. When we launched the initiative, we called a large number of Nollywood producers to come to NTA, and we let them know what they want to do, what we wanted to do, and we asked them to send in expressions of interest to tell us which one of these classics you would like to work on. And many people have sent in, and we filtered through, and the people who we felt had the most capacity to work with us in doing this, we narrowed it down. So there's no even nepotism in the process or whatever. It's just a very open process. And just the same way, since I took office after my appointment last year, we have signed up to about 8 content partnerships, and these are across different genres, from dramas to reality shows to children's musicals, children's programming. You know, we've signed a number of content partnerships, and what do these mean? That you might have your content, we have the airtime, we come together, we partner, and we exploit the material together, and everybody benefits. And these have been quite successful. So we are very open to more of these partnerships, and we would, as much as possible, just like to see the diversity of content that you can bring to us. And the beauty of NTA is that it belongs to all of us. It is ours. It is our national heritage, and we want to work with as many of our indigenous producers and directors to make sure that it is beneficial for the viewers in the long term. So I'll stop there if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Terry Taylor. Please, can you take a seat? Thank you. That is fire. Personally, I am amused by the reinvention of NTA because some of us had given up. But here we are. To join her here for a fire talk, we would invite the President Directors Guild. Sir, please come up, Mr. Ucheabo. A round of applause. We practiced this. Thank you. Joining them would be my co-anchor, the Aboki himself. A round of applause.
All right, thank you very much. We'll take it off from here so that my main anchor can relax a little. Just by way of introduction, I introduced myself earlier as Prince Daniel Aboki. I'm the group programs director in charge of Cool FM, Wazobia FM, Nigeria Info, Arewa Radio, which I founded myself, and Kids FM in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Onitsha, and Kano. And of course, Q1 of 2026, I'm already launching Wazobia FM in Benin. For anyone coming from Benin that might need to apply for recruitment. So I will take this as quickly as possible because Madam Tari has already spoken vastly around the opportunities in the NTA for everyone. And like I said earlier, I'm passionate about the NTA because my journey in the creative space started from NTA. That was my first shot on TV as an actor with Tales by Moonlight. And today that God has taken us to the Oscars, as Nigeria's entry for this year's Oscars, we don't take the NTA for granted. That was the route. Thank you very much from me to everyone in the NTA. Yeah, and the way you spoke just states that you know your onion. But again, so that we can break it down and simplify it, as filmmakers, we have producers and directors, and we have emerging producers and directors in the room. Most of them from the National Film Institute. And the idea until recently is that why should I do anything with NTA? Largely because some of them were not there when NTA was NTA, and even though NTA still consolidates its space as the largest television network in Africa, the question would be that why would I want to leave any other station and do anything with NTA?
Okay, that's a good question. And my answer is why not? that is, because if you're somebody who, as a content, let me not even say content creator, but as a content entrepreneur or something, you are looking for, there are certain things you are looking for. You are looking for audience, you are looking for reach, you are looking at a platform that is sustainable. And NTA ticks all those boxes, you know. Like I said, nobody still has a reach. There are some corporate organizations in Nigeria, I won't mention their names, but that when their media people make presentations to them, they will be like, if you don't have NTA there, you are wasting your time. Because they know that, listen, in terms of, NTA might have, yes, had its challenges over the years, but one thing that has never been compromised is that reach. That reach is still there. We are just still that one network in Nigeria that wherever you are in the country, all you need is an antenna and you will get NTA there. Nobody else can boast of that. So if you are looking for that spread, if you are looking to consolidate your spread and reach as wide as a viewership as possible, NTA is the go-to, and that has been justified over and over again. Now, some people might also talk about the quality of our picture. And when people say that, I ask them, when last did you watch NTA? When I started and I was going about trying to broker these deals for the content partnership, because for me it was very important that we need to step up the quality of the content. And I recognized that, okay, listen, if we are waiting to produce and all that, you know that production life cycle, you might take 2 years or it might take 1 year to start producing what you want. And I needed things urgently. So I went to certain producers, certain directors and said, give us your content, let us have these partnerships and it will be lucrative for everybody. Many of them had the concern about the quality of our broadcast. But then, when they saw and noticed that it's not reducing the quality of what they are putting out, it's actually enhancing it, then many of them were a lot more confident to work with us. And I'm proud to say that we have successfully carried out those partnerships over the year. So in terms of that, there is no loss. There is only gain in working with NTA. And, you know, going forward, you know, right now we are operating those content partnerships. We are doing co-productions, like for the classics, where we have co-production deals we have structured for to reinvent some of our classics. But ideally, where we want to get to, and I believe that within the next year or so, we would even commission. We would, emerging producers, directors here, you have viable ideas for content you want to produce. You come to us, we look at it, we say, okay, it aligns with what we're trying to do, and we will give you the money to do it, and you will come and NTA has exclusivity, and we'll profit from it. That's where we are going. We would also...
Yeah, I think like the president is saying, it's the right place to clap. And again, Tari's eloquence will just keep you, wow. So, Mr. President, I'll just jump to you. Now, you have been talking with the NTA for the guild. Why the NTA? It's still on why. Why the NTA?
Okay.
From the Directors Guild's perspective.
Okay, so when we came into office, one of the things I told my team, and when I say my team, I mean the executive committee of the DGN, is that we need to align ourselves with some of the institutions that Nigeria have produced over the years that have also shown that they can be sustainable. Because one of the things I noticed is that people are quick to start, but to sustain what has been started is always difficult. So we looked at some institutions, and NTA is one of those standing institutions. And like she said, when the last time I met her in an event in Lagos, she said, everybody has an NTA story. Yes,
Yeah.
now you have an NTA story.
Yeah.
I have an NTA story. Literally every creative
Yes.
has an NTA story. So we felt that one, NTA, like she rightly pointed out, and she's correct, she has a reach. But like she also rightly pointed out, we also thought, well, ignorantly I may say, that the quality of production was not reflecting what we had wanted. And let me tell you, this becomes like something you turn off. You turn off from it without even knowing that the quality has improved. Then you now use the standard that you used to know them many years ago to judge them. So what I said to my team is, let's approach them. One, we propose to bring in some of our professionals to train some of their in-house directors and all of that. That proposal is still on her table. So today I'm going to hold her by the jugular. I'm going to put her on the spot, but let's get there. So that proposal is on the table. Secondly, we also proposed a co-production. That proposal is still on her table. But there's one that looks like it's already approved, because she also directed us to the general manager of entertainment now. PRO, am I correct? Yes, the general manager of entertainment. And we are currently working on an agreement that will have DGN, handle some of their in-house programs they already have lined up. That MOU is almost being signed because their legal team sent to us. We have dotted the I's and crossed the T's. But for the larger, yes. For the larger NTA, we're holding her here today. In fact, as a matter of fact, I'm going to hold her to ransom for a moment until she gives me her word. Because the last time we met in Lagos, she said she was going to work on it. So, but beyond that, why we chose NTA and why I will still choose NTA is that NTA is an institution, right? Like we always boast, it's the largest TV network in Africa. And it will favor DGN more if it has an understanding with NTA. I mean, I want to get to the point where my members can easily put out their content on a bouquet that will be created by NTA International, for instance, and the whatever thing that comes in through advertising and all of that, they can get a good percentage. And we have plethora of contents by our members who currently are not even anywhere else, because maybe the first sale has been done, the second sale has been done. But NTA remains a platform where we believe that revenue can also be generated from such content. So for us, it is about identifying with an institution that has been proven to be sustainable, long-standing, and if you may, I mean, with all sense of decency, and a network that has integrity. Because that's another thing. To be able to put a program out there in NTA, I know for a fact that it goes through all manner of checks and balances to make sure that it doesn't offend any of the multi-dimensional ethnicity we have in the country. And that's one of the things we must give to them, because to be able to balance a content that people from the east or the west or the north or what have you are not agitating against, it takes a lot of work to be able to get that. And so that's for us one of the reasons why we identified with them.
Okay, interesting, because now that you're holding her by the neck, maybe I will just follow to hold her by the neck so that Tales by Moonlight will be given to me to reinvent. So please, you guys are my witness.
No, rather than to you, it will be given to DGN.
Oh, okay, so, to be given to DGN. I will look into that. So I wanted to ask now, with the evolution, especially in the social media space, what is NTA doing to be able to be appealing to this new generation whose attention span we've learned is no longer 15 minutes but 8 seconds?
I know it's a tough one, but a lot is happening in that space. Like I said, everything streams on YouTube, and then we're on every platform. Instagram. In fact, I was even shocked when they said we're on TikTok. I'm like, okay, we're really in business now, because even personally, I'm not on TikTok. So if NTA was on TikTok, I'm like, okay. And we have a team of, I would call them Gen Zs, who are part of the unit that manages our social media. And every time they come up with all sorts of content, they come up with all sorts of things. I personally am very strict with them, because I'm like, you know what? The same way you spoke about our quality control process for screen, I feel that we also have a responsibility even on social media. Not everything can fly with us, because we operate within a very tight boundary. So we always make sure that everything is in compliance with our mandate and the codes that are expected of us. So it's the people that are even now operating things. It's younger. Okay. And I say to my people, my programs team all the time, a lot of the programs that we have, the ones that are inherited, the ones we are working on, start to train younger people who will take over from you. Yeah. Because I've said to them, listen, in like the next 2 years, a lot of you, sorry, it's not personal, but you'll be phasing out. Yeah. And younger people will be stepping up to take up the plate, to do what needs to be done. Because NTA is generational. I won't be there one day. Maybe one of the students in a number of years will be EDP. And they will now have to do things that will appeal to where they are and the people they are, just like I'm trying to do now. So we always have to have that futuristic mindset to evolve, to reinvent ourselves to meet. And a lot is going on in that space. On our social media, you will notice that there's a bit of a vibe, you know, with some of the posts that are there. To be honest, I'm very strict. I always like to control them and say, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. But that's just us trying to be careful. But a lot is happening. There's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of youthful energy, both in our programs, even in our news, and especially within the social media, ICT team and all that. A lot is going on within NTA for that.
Yes, so I must also say that one of the youngest EDs that I've seen in the history of NTA is Madam Tari.
Yes.
Will you clap for her, please?
Yes.
You know, the usual NTA.
Let's thank Mr. President for that. And I guess he has the vision of wanting to make it younger.
Yeah, so when you were seated, some people didn't even know it was you, because we're expecting an elder state woman. So we will not be having this conversation alone. When you have some questions in your mind, we'll pass the mic. Please shoot it directly at the president and the ED. Yes, I can see some hands up. And please ask freely. And ask freely. And I must also use this opportunity to commend very specifically the camera team of Zuma. Fantastic work they are doing. See what they are projecting on the screen. Professionally minded filmmakers. Please, a round of applause for them. I've been watching, even the vision mixer, I don't know where he is, but he's doing a great job. Yes.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abdul Karim Mohammed. I'm a content creator and also have heard a story to tell of NTA because I started my career in 1979 after my youth service as a television producer.
19 what, sir?
1979.
79?
Yep.
Wow.
And it is quite heartwarming for me to hear you executive director programs because I'm a content creator. I like the interface between the old brigade and the new brigade because of the convergence of technology that you have expressed that NTA has been able to do, and I can see it literally happening. And what Aboki said about having a young person occupying the executive director programs position is a very instrumental appointment for me personally with the Tinubu administration, because they have brought in people like you, they have brought in people like Ali Nuhu. You can't imagine that an industry that was able to bring Nigeria to number 3 in the world was not blessed to have had one of its own appointed as the managing director of Nigerian Film Corporation as at that time. But they brought in somebody with PhD in building to give him that. Nothing can be more disheartening than that. If an industry has proved its worth, but the politicians do not see that worth, I think that is calamity for us. But now that we have somebody that is of the industry, I think is beginning to reflect that they are willing to respond to the yearnings and aspirations of the young people, because we have youth bulge, and we have technology driving the industry, and you are interfacing with it, which is very good. So I would like to commend you. And this partnerships that you are having with the Directors Guild of Nigeria is a fantastic way of doing it, because I believe that those NTA have let out of their system or frustrated out of their system have grown bigger than the NTA. That's why they can have something to put back into the system, and you are acknowledging this. So I want to commend the administration of Dembos for doing this. That is my piece.
All right, thank you very much. The last speaker isn't even an ordinary person. He's a seasoned creative. And not only that, he's the founder and CEO of Kano Indigenous Language Film Festival of Africa. Let me get it. Kano Indigenous Languages of Africa Film Festival, KILAF. One of the biggest festivals, sometimes with entries from around the world, up to 5,000. So please, a round of applause for him.
Yeah, thank you very much once more for the opportunity. I come from both worlds, and with the kind permission of my president, I would like to show these younger ones here and perchance bring to the public space. Back in the days, like he has said, with due respect to you, sir, of course, he's my senior in the industry. If you remember NTA, I'm also part of NTA. And then the old Anambra State Television. And one man that made that possible, the man that made it possible is sitting right here. These are men, these are directors who sowed the seed, who through their sweat and blood made some of us who we are today. And I will always remember that. He introduced me to television. And then back in those days, in the old Anambra television, ABS, during the reign of His Excellency, former governor of an old Anambra state, Jim Wobodo. And we were having this Chris Corset. We do productions in ABS. We also went on NTA to work in the days of Peter Eagle and the rest of them. Permit me, respectively, to properly introduce this man of great history who gave me my first television experience as an actor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to call on my brother. He looks even younger than I do, and I'm still wondering why he looks so young. Uncle Uzamade, please come nearer. A writer, a director of excellence. And how many of you ever watched or heard of Beyond the Rim? Beyond the Rim, it was from that program, Beyond the Rim, that whatever you have seen today, living in bondage and all that, they all stole from it. We all were there in Kemowo, Kanayo, and the rest of them. He's the director. And he also had a stint with Minaj. They were the ones that started Minaj. And then he has done so much. We say thank you, sir, for your contributions and role. We appreciate you. Uzo Amadi is a great writer and he's still in this business. Thank you. And to NTA, you are wonderful. Like I have said, you are doing so well, and being part of you will continue to initiate and promote all the good works you've done. Thank you, Mr. President, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Honor should be given to whom it's due. Another round of applause, please. So, to Gen Zs and the Gen X and the Gen M, if there's anything like that, please, let's hear from you.
Okay, sorry, I have
I have someone here.
I have a question, sir.
Oh, okay, okay.
All right, thank you. My name is Lonnie John Lognan. I'm a filmmaker. My president, thank you for this opportunity. Ma, I am also a product from the Tales by Moonlight. So when I grew up, studied, and started making films, I have a little story. After making 26 episodes of English, I had another production, 26 episodes for Hausa, because I'm based in Jos. And I decided to take it to NTA Jos Network Center so that it can roll. Then something funny happened and I asked a question. They said, oh, thank you, beautiful production. It's even a family tie, so it's dealing with what we are passing through. Thank you so much. And can you go and look? We have the airtime, that is NTA. Can you go and look for sponsors? Then I asked this question. Do you have a marketing or commercial department? I should bring a product. You are asking me to go back to the street for you to look for sponsors. When they come in, you now give me 30% and take 70% under your AC. With your kind of knowledge of the few minutes you have talked here, do we still have such persons in NTA? Because I don't want to believe that you are part of that type. Thank you very much.
So the 30-70% was, the mass was not massing.
No, but those percentages are usually standard because it depends on what your equity you're bringing into it. But I do understand how that can seem unfair. But things are changing. Every institution has its challenges. Sometimes you don't get the best of what you expect. But I do have to say, in these partnerships we've been having, our marketing directorate has been very active. So, for example, this Cockroach at Dawn, we have a joint marketing in our MOU with the producers, and we've been able to raise funds and, take it because personally, for me, everything we're doing has to be profitable. Yes, art should not just be for art's sake. It has to be sustainable. It has to be able to sustain itself. So I'm constantly on the marketing directorate pushing them to ensure that they go out and they bring the quality of sponsors and funding that we want. And I'm seeing results in that. So it may not, maybe for it to get to every single NTA around the country, I operate at the network level because that's where headquarters does, but it will trickle down because that attitude, when you are trying to bring about change, it has to trickle down all around. So it's a work in progress, but definitely there is a marketing directorate and they are stepping up to their responsibilities in providing benefits to producers like yourself now.
All right, thank you. We'll take 3 more people because we have students for another segment. And then the other segment will be after the student. That is accessing funds. Is going to be another chart. So you might not want to go away. So let me take, okay, this way, then our elder will be last. So 1, 2, 3, and then Chief Uzo will be the last for this session.
We'll get some students before Uncle.
Huh?
We'll get some students before Uncle Uzo.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Opayola. I'm a filmmaker and most recently an archivist. So my question is directed to the ED, Mrs. Tari Taylor. NTA holds valuable audiovisual history. How is the institution thinking about making archival material accessible for research, restoration, and inspiration for young filmmakers? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. That is one challenge that I inherited and has been on a burden ever since I took office. You said it perfectly. We have a rich audiovisual history, and you cannot track the progress or the journey of Nigeria's film and entertainment industry without, referring to NTA's archives. So over the last year, we've had several requests for partnerships on how to, because the key thing is in conversion. A lot of those contents are in old formats, Betacam, U-matic, VHS, even is more recent. So how do we convert them to digital material? That's the key challenge on us now. And some of them are not even in the greatest condition. So the entire process of converting and digitizing those formats, that's something that we're on. But exciting things are happening in that space. Like I said, we've had, it's amazing how a lot of people, even internationally, recognize what you have recognized. I'm telling you, the proposals we have received from people around the world who say to us, your archives are a treasure. So now we are just trying to identify the right partnerships to work with us in converting. And these are, this is not just in Abuja. We have material everywhere around the country. It's volumes and volumes of material. So we are working on it. We're identifying the partnerships. And there's one very exciting one, which we are actually in the process. It's a global institution, a very reputable one. If I say the name, many of you would know it, who we are now doing a test pilot phase with to see the possibility of converting and digitizing some of these tapes. Because imagine, once all of those things are well archived in digital formats, anybody can access them. Once you have the license, once you have the license to access and use them in whatever way that you want to, it's something that is very exciting, but we're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question.
All right, Stephanie is in there, but please don't forget that we are still in Zuma International Film Festival, and today is DGN's Film and Television Summit. So you are not carried away as if you are outside the country. Go ahead, please.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mahmoud Zubainatu. I am in JSS Lokogoma. My question is that what did NTA News did for the generation? Thank you.
What does NTA have for a generation?
NTA News.
Yes. Or I didn't get it.
NTA News.
Okay, NTA News.
Yes. Okay.
What did NTA News did for the generations?
Stephanie, maybe you rephrase or re-echo. There is a tete-a-tete going. Yeah. So that we understand the context of the question.
Well, the question is this: what has NTA done for this generation?
For this generation?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So, well, the lowest hanging fruit I can think about is we have a program called Generation XYZ, and that particular program, it sort of spotlights the unique culture of youth culture, the aspirations, the challenges, the lifestyle of youth, and we work with people in her age range, so that is one thing. But also, a lot of the programming, because we found that one thing that I've discovered is that there's a huge shortage of quality programming targeted at this demographic of students, for example, that I'm looking at, whether it's from dramas, whether it's from reality shows and all of that. So we are now, so some of the content partnerships that we signed in the last year, about 2 or 3 of them are focused on that demographic. And personally, we are working on some of our new NTA original dramas. We want to bring it as young as possible. So even at a point where we would need student actors, student writers, where some of you can, create your own platforms, tell your stories, and see yourselves represented on our screens. So it's something that we are working on, and I hope that there can be some participation from, schools like this one represented here.
Nice.
All right, thank you.
We have another question from a student.
That should be the last question?
From a student, yes.
From the student, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uche Pamela Chidube. My question is, can NTA sponsor young ones?
Sponsor them.
What type of sponsorship?
Like for educating us on NTA and how?
Well, we have a number of content that is specific to education. So NTA has Education TV. It's based in Lagos, in Teju Osho. And what they have a full studio right there in Teju Osho in Lagos. All they do is that they generate educational programs. So when you watch their programs, you see people like yourself. They have Take a Step, they have Work It Out, they have Niger Kids, they have different programs that are tailored for educational purposes. We also have NTA Knowledge, which is domiciled on Star Times, that's the purpose for it as well. But if there's more that we can do, we are always open. You can send us proposals. You're not too young to send a proposal to give us ideas of how you think that we can do more that would be of value to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Second to the last.
Thank you.
The hands are increasing, no?
No, we have to.
So we'll take just to, yes, and then our elder statesman will speak, and then we close.
My name is Uncle Sam. I'm a total filmmaker. I've tried so much to see that we have collaborations with the NTA. I've been in their offices many times. At the end of the day, I come back home with a very sweaty body and a torn heart. That was the time they also called me for an interview. I told them, don't ask me questions because I'm going to tell the world the truth. Now, what is the truth that is coming out here now? It's a question. How many of us tuned to NTA last 3 days? How many? Even the NTA staff is not watching NTA. Now, how do we do? I produced a movie, I took it to NTA. NTA is asking me to pay them. After spending close to 4 million naira, and they asked me to bring money for airtime. Now, NTA, will we continue like this in this same generation after making a movie or making documentary, and for them to be aired, you are asking us to pay you the money? Where do we get the money to make the movie? Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. I can see that you've had your experience, but it's fine. We would always look to improve. So one thing that is a point to be optimistic about, when we were preparing in 2024, when we were preparing our budgets for our capital expenditure budget, as programs, in putting forward when we were supposed to present to the National Assembly in terms of what our expenditure should be, I advocated that we need to budget for content. Because over the years, NTA budgets for like infrastructure, equipment and all that, but we don't budget for content. And I feel like, for example, if you know what the BBC's budget for content in a year is, it's ridiculous. They're able to commission a lot of stuff. But we haven't been doing that all the while. And you know, even though we are government funded, we're also partly commercialized. Our airtime is the value that we sell. So probably that's why you were asked that. But we're trying to move away from that. And one thing to be optimistic about is that in the last budget cycle, when we presented our budget and we're budgeting for content, in fact, it was a risk because my colleagues thought that we've never done it before. The Senate will not understand. But surprisingly, when we budgeted for content in our appropriation, they approved. Yes, they did. The senators here in this National Assembly, they said finally, they saw the need, why it is important that as part of our appropriation capital expenditure, we need to budget for content. Now, they didn't give us what we asked for, right? It was significantly less. But I think that that mindset shift is very important to understand that as part of Nigeria's capital expenditure every year, content needs to be budgeted for. So let's all advocate for this, because by next year, for example, if they approve in our appropriation again that we have a budget for content, all you will do is bring your content and we'll buy it. We'll just acquire it and we'll air it so you can make money off of that. But if right now, sitting down here, I don't have a budget for acquisition of content, then there's no way that I can buy content when you bring for me. So it's progressive steps. I know that we will get there at the end of the day, where we will just be able to license, commission, and acquire the content that, for example, your members are able to produce. So little steps, we will get there, sir. Don't be discouraged.
So at this point, I think we can give a round of applause to the NTA and to the Senate.
I was just going to say that, look, this is sometimes when you see a visionary leader take over positions, right? You get this kind of doggedness that brings about results. Because for the first time, we're beginning to talk about NTA acquiring content. So I think it is actually a place where we can say thank you to the new EDP for what she's doing. Please, a round of applause for her, because that's what she's doing.
And the Senate too, to have seen. So imagine if they didn't take the risk, thinking that it will be usual. So would that be the last?
Yes, that should be the last.
Okay, so for the remaining 4 hands, please, Kuya Akudi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please, my name is Ozo Amadi. I'm very happy with the presentation we just got from the ED. You see, I'm very happy because I can see the enthusiasm with which she's speaking. I mean, if you didn't like what you were doing, if you didn't like the job, you wouldn't want to succeed as much as I can see in your face. And I hope that as we go forward, the powers that be do not think that they can hold you back from executing your plans. I'm also happy right now that, like you said, the National Assembly understands what you're doing and how it is necessary for you to acquire programs. However, I will want to ask a couple of questions. One, when you were speaking about your relationship with your staff, you said you tell them to do this, you control them. I could hear and feel the control you are talking about. But within this forum, we are talking to professionals who do not align with that kind of thinking. How are you going to manage that in your relationships? My second question is with reference to your zonal production centers. Do you have any structure there that you do programs or create contents and produce content relevant to the different geographical areas? If so, how are you relating with the local producers there?
Thank you. Let me answer your second question first. We have specialized channels, language channels. We have NTA, Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba. They are all on Star Times, and you can also get them terrestrially in the different areas. And when it comes to localized programs, that's something we are actively working on. In fact, my DG just put out an initiative where every zone should sort of have like a flagship program where all the different stations within that zone come together and produce a flagship program, whatever it is they want, whether they want to do documentary or whether they want to do talk show, whatever it is, but a flagship program for that zone that will be indigenous to that zone. So it's something that we have seen the need for and we're working on. Now, when it comes to my staff, it's very funny what you say. Program staff across the nation are 865. Plus me, 866. I cannot possibly control every single one of those staff. It's too wide. And you know how creative people are. They have a mind of their own. You cannot force them to do what they don't want to do. But as the leader of that directorate, I have to give directives which have to be followed. Otherwise, we cannot go in a certain direction. So there are certain things that I have to be firm about. There are certain things that if I see that this is the way we want to go, I have to institutionalize it and give a directive and ensure that there is compliance to that. That's the only way we can move forward. Because as creative people, if there is not a core leadership, everybody will just be pulling us in different directions. There has to be a plan, there has to be a vision, and we have to get people's buy-in. So one of the things that, maybe I don't know how I said it, but one of the things that I do on a day-to-day basis is getting the buy-in of my people into every vision, because they are the ones that will execute it. I am a policy person, although I dabble into operations here and there, because I guess because I'm young, I feel the need to do that. But I'm not even supposed to. My role is a policy role where I'm supposed to set the direction. And if I don't have the buy-in of the people who will implement it, then, I mean, I will just be there and nobody will be doing what we want us to do. So that's the sort of balance that we have to walk to get people to get into this. And then when it comes to the creatives here, I mean, it's a partnership. I see, for example, the president of DGN as a partner. We have to work together. The proposals that he has put forward, we have looked into them. And when it comes to like the co-productions, the trainings, I'm looking towards like Q2 or Q3 next year. I'm sure you would also need time.
That is a policy statement.
Yeah.
Because we have to work on our quarterly schedules. We schedule quarterly. And every time, whatever goes into the next quarter, we have to plan beforehand. So if you give me a slate of content from your members, we will look at them. It will go through our quality control process. We'll come back to you and say, these are the ones we like. These are the ones we choose. You will prepare them, and then we can now plan towards maybe Q2 or Q3 that will allocate a time as DGN time, and then your content can go on board. So that's the way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as much as I wouldn't have loved to stop this session, I will stop because the two speakers are eloquent. As a matter of fact, Tari blew me away. As I am, I'm not here. I've gone. But we have to acknowledge the forward-thinking Director General of the NTA. I'm talking about Salihu Abdul Hamid Dembos. He's forward-thinking, he's futuristic, and he's changing the narrative in the NTA. Please, a round of applause for him in absentia. And at this point, we will drop the curtain.
Yeah, permit me to just say a big thank you to her.
Yes.
Because this DGN time that she just made, like, is a passive statement. It's a very, very, very interesting thing because we have members who have dozens of programs waiting to have that moment so that we can test run the viability. So for her to have made mention that we're looking at Q2 or Q3 of next year, I'm going to go out here dancing about it. We don't know the feat we just achieved.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. PRO, please, official picture.
Just take note. And again, it's also a good place to introduce DGN Academy to the NTA for capacity building, and then to you too. we have an academy, and we have a robust partnership with NYSC. As we are here, some of our members are in NYSC camps in selected states in Nigeria, training on film making and film production. So with this collaboration with NTA and then with the National Film Corporation, DGN is already flying. A round of applause for Uche Agbo and for Tari Talo, please. As they leave the stage, I'll go with them. Thank
Can we
you.
have pictures, please?
Stephanie, over to you.
Pictures time, please.
Please, the national PRO, are you anywhere close for the official picture? Emmanuel Eyaba.
Let's do what we can. Well, while the pictures are being taken, I would like to announce the presence of a wonderful, beautiful, great woman. She's one of the pillars of a distinguished film festival also in Abuja. This is the person of Mrs. Temitope Duka. Welcome, good afternoon. She is the wife of the legendary Fidelis Duka and festival director, Abuja International Film Festival. Welcome, Ma. Thank you very much, Mrs. Terry. Okay, while a round of applause, please. That was a wonderful session, wasn't it? Thank you very much. Adults have spoken. We have heard. Abi, let us hear from some children, the hope of tomorrow, the leaders of tomorrow. To lead us into the next section would be Mr. Emeka Martins from the Nigerian Film Corporation. Can I have you up here, sir? Oh, a round of applause, please.
Thank you. That was a fantastic session there by the DGN, having brought the NTA here and all the retinue of resource persons that have opened our minds to issues about insurance and film and what the Nigerian Television Authority is doing to advance the cause of creatives in Nigeria. Very fantastic. Please, can we give them another round of applause? You know, it is said when a young mind meets another young mind, you can have wonderful things come out of them. That was exactly what we saw here between the executive director programs of the NTA and the president of the DGN. Two young, fantastic people with great minds, and we can expect nothing less for the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not done yet. Our focus will now shift towards the young ones, children, teenagers. What are we doing with them with regards to the film industry? Sorry for that break. So what are we doing with these young ones when it comes to training for the film industry? What do they even know about the industry? How can we begin to mentor them to have interest? Remember, one of the resource persons here said, in the next 10 years, when we come to this hall, most likely they would have exited the stage, and young ones out there will take center stage and play the role that we are all playing today. So what are we doing with these young ones? The Nigerian Film Corporation and organizers of the Zuma International Film Festival have been thinking about this. It is the reason why today we'll be having a session on children's film and storytelling segment. The title of that segment is Through Children's Eyes, Storytelling for Global Change. And it is my pleasure to let you know that we have some schools that are represented here today. They will be part of this section. Let me quickly introduce them. The first one is the Junior Secondary School Lokogoma here in Abuja. Please, can they stand up for an ovation? Our friends, our children from Junior Secondary School Logokoma, please. Can we give them a round of applause? That school is led by Mr. Pius Benjamin, who is coordinating the young ones from that school. Can we have Mr. Pius Benjamin, please? Mr. Pius Benjamin, you're welcome. We're proud to have you. Please, you can take your seat. We also have Desire of Nations Redeemer School, Jabi, Abuja. And that school is led here by no other person than Mrs. Ode Ogonye Monica. Please, can you stand up for... All right, good. We're happy to have you here today. So just to mention that we are using this children segment as an interlude. The DGN's day is not yet ended. After this event, the DGN will still take center stage to continue all that they have prepared for us during this Zuma International Film Festival. So it's time for me to invite upstage here the panelists that would be discussing this issue about children and film. Children and film. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first and foremost welcome Madam Joyce Wakama. Madam Joyce Wakama, please, is she out there in the audience? If she is, let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way upstage here. Please keep the applause going as Mrs. Wakama, Miss, I beg your pardon, please. Miss Wakama takes center stage. Ma, you're welcome. Thank you. Please be mindful of the stage here. This way. You see. All right, thank you. This way, please. You're welcome, Miss Wakama. We also want to invite the next person, and that is Adeshola Lajuomi. Madam Adeshola Lajuomi, please can we give her a round of applause? If you don't mind, you can take the other side of the stage. Please, let's give her a round of applause as she takes her seat here. I would also like to invite the person of Olori Okewute. Olori Okewute, please. Is she here with us? Yes, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you, Ma, for honoring our invitation to be part of this session that would address the children and what we need to do to begin to mentor them into filmmaking and other creative endeavors. Thank you, Ma, for coming. Thank you. Please, you can take your seat there. Thank you. And the last but not least here on my list of our panelists is Mr. Yasir Abdullahi Samanja. Mr. Yasir Abdullahi Samanja. Do we have him here, please? Thank you, sir, for coming. Let's welcome him with that beautiful round of applause. Mr. Yasir Abdullahi Samanja. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You can take your seat right there. So, these are the panelists that will be doing justice to the theme, Through Children's Eyes, Storytelling for Global Change. At this point, I have the honor, the privilege to invite upstage our own, who will be moderating this session. She's a content creator herself who have passion for children and their well-being, especially in issues that concerns them as of this. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome as I invite upstage the festival director, Zuma International Film Festival, Mrs. Halima Oyelade, who will moderate this session. Please keep that applause going. Keep it going, keep it going. Thank you very much. Just before I hand the microphone over to her, Ma, you can take your seat here. Thank you. Just before I hand the microphone over to her, I don't know how we want to do this. We will appreciate the children that are here today to move forward. Please, the schools that are represented here today, can you try and move forward so that we can see you properly? We still have some white chairs just in front of the camera. Thank you. Good. Still come forward. We still have vacant chairs in the front here. No, please, hello. Go to the back, good. All right, I'm made to understand that other schools are on their way. So as they come, they can take the seats behind. So one more time, we encourage all of you to be part of this segment. It is time now for me to hand over the microphone to the moderator of this panel in the person of Mrs. Halima Oyolade, please.
Thank you very much, Emeka, and a very good afternoon to every one of us. I'm going to start by apologizing to our panelists that we were unable to keep to time. One of the reasons being that we were expecting the schools, and it turns out that a lot of schools are writing exams, and some have actually closed for the session. So it was a bit challenging trying to get the children here. But so we apologize for starting late and keeping you waiting. And also some of our guests that are here. I would encourage the DGN also to be part of this because we're talking about content through the children's eyes. So we're talking about creating content for children and also getting children to begin to create, stir up that creativity in them that will enable them create content by themselves. And so this afternoon we have an amazing panel, and I would like to engage the children as well. So as we go along, we'll ask the children. So children, are you here? How many of you love films? Can I see your hands? You're here, you love films. Great. How many of you love stories? All right, great. I want you to put your hands together for yourself. Just clap. You know, I'm going to teach you something. I say clap for yourself. You do a power clap. And a power clap is, if I say clap for yourself, you do like this. 1, 2, 3, power. Can we do that together? All right, so clap. Give yourselves a power clap. 2, 3. Let me hear it louder. Great. You can do better. So let's go again. 1, 2. Say it with me. Let's count together. 1, 2, 3. Good, good. You're amazing. Thank you. All right. So as we go along, this is not going to be a very long panel. But before I start to ask our panelists certain questions, I'd like to ask the children first and foremost. if you want to, do we have another mic? Do we have another mic? Technical, please. All right, please, can someone help me with this so that we can be very fast? If I need to come down, I'll do that. All right, so I'm talking to you children now. If many of you lifted up your hands when I said, do you like stories? If you were to write a story, what will it be about? If you are to write a story, what will it be about? Fastest hand up. Yeah, that's great. Can you give him the mic? You stand up, you tell us your name, and you tell us what your story will be about.
My name is Oluwada Simeon Okoya, and my story will be about animals.
About?
Animals.
Wow, why will it be about animals?
Because there are specific animals I like, and I just find animals fun.
Wow. Okay, can we put our hands together for him? Let's give him a power clap. No, power clap. You see, in his own case, you're going to do 1, 2, 3, power, and you throw it at him. Can we do that? 1, 2, 3, power. Great. Any other person? You want to make a film? You want to write a story? What will it be about? We have so many hands up here.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yunusa Timothy. And
Your name is?
Yunusa Timothy.
Okay.
And if you ask if I were to write a story, I would like to write a story about culture that relates with tradition. Like in these days, we all talk about the Gen Zs, we talk about modernity, we talk about different things that does not relate to traditions. But a lot of story writers will write stories about villages, traditions, culture, just to put tradition among what is happening around the world. So I would like to write stories about traditions, even so that people will get to know more and more about languages and traditions.
Thank you so much. Give him a power clap. One more person. I want to write a story. There's so many hands up. Okay, let's take one. Where is the mic? Okay, someone has the mic. All right.
My name is Pam Christiana Atoma, and I'm from JSS Lukuguma. If I would like to write a story, I would love to write a story about empowering girls.
Empowering?
Girls.
Girls. Why would you want to do that?
Because in many homes, many girls lack education because of how their parents treat them, such as they'll say education is only for boys, not for girls. That's why I would like to write a story about empowering girls in enrollment of education.
Wow, thank you. Give her a power clap. All right. So one more question before we start. How many of you watch films or cartoons? So can you tell me your hero? Do you have any hero from the films you watch, from the cartoons you watch? If you do, let me know who is your hero and why. Yes.
The name of my hero is Diana in Superman.
Is who?
Superman, Justice League cartoon.
Can we hear her? I can't hear you.
The name of my hero is Diana in Justice League cartoon.
Is Diane?
Diana.
Diana. In which movie?
Justice League.
Justice League cartoon.
Cartoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's a cartoon.
Yes,
So why
ma'am.
is she your hero?
I like her behavior, the way she behaves.
You like the way she behaves?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think, why? Is she brave?
Yes, she's brave.
So that inspires you to be brave. All right, thank you. Let's clap for her. Let's come to this side. We'll take 2 more people because of our time.
Hello everyone, my name is Eneka Chibless Munachim. I'm a student from JSS Lokogoma. If my favorite name is from Disney Junior, Miraculous Ladybug. She always saves people when they're in danger with love.
She always what? Who is the person that?
Miraculous Ladybug.
Okay,
From
I don't
Disney
know.
Junior.
And she does what? I need someone to help me. I'm not hearing her very well.
Miraculous Ladybug.
Okay, miraculous ladybug.
Yes, and she saves people in danger
Oh.
using love.
Fantastic. And does that inspire you to save people in danger? All right, good. One more person. Just one more so we can get into it. Thank you, children. You guys are great.
Good day, everyone. My name is Salam Jibril Shehu. The cartoon that I love the most is Guardians of Kakuza, and the person that I like the most in the movie is Wanda, because she helps people in need. She's very brave and very kind and loving too.
Wow, so your hero helps people in need. She's very brave and she's very kind. Let me ask one question generally. All of you that answered this question, how many of those films and heroes are Nigerian films or cartoons? Of the three of you that answered? None. All right, so that's why we're here for this panel. All right, so, film has grown to be a cultural identity for many, or created a cultural identity for a lot of countries. Tomorrow we're going to be having film as a national asset, using film to brand a nation. And we have seen countries like America do that. Many of us believe what we believe about the US simply because of the films we have watched and what they project in their films. Now, films also have been an economic force. We've had an amazing session with the DGN earlier today. And we also see, film cutting across as a soft power also. I'm picking these things very carefully because they are aligned with the theme for Zuma 2025. And they're just true. That's what it is. But you see, no matter how much a film makes at the box office, no matter how much it influences culture, no matter how much it's a superpower, it all starts with an imagination. And who are the best people that imagine? Children. Children imagine without, children do not, there's no limit to their imagination. They believe everything is possible, especially, it's just that as we begin to train them, sadly, we begin to take away that power and we begin to want to tell them how to think instead of allowing them to think and think widely. So films will begin with imaginations. Nigeria is largely a young nation, so our population is largely a young population. And so that means that there is a mighty, we have a lot of potential when it comes to getting children to be involved in the film business and in making films and in telling stories from their own perspectives. So thank you everyone for being here, and I'm going to start with the panelists. Maybe I'll just say a little about each of them before they answer the questions. But before I do that, I want to say a very big thank you to UNICEF. This has been made possible by UNICEF. They have supported Zuma International Film Festival, and they are also supporting the award-winning children's film that will be shown tomorrow at the awards night and closing ceremony right here from 6 p.m. All right, so I want to start with Coach Mute. But before I ask you the question that I want to ask you, I want to say something about what you do, just so that we know the people that are sitting here. Okay. I'm trying to find your bio, so I'll ask you the question and then I'll find the bio and I'll share it later. I'll just read a little about you. Now, why is it important? We're having this whole discussion about through the children's eyes, film as a tool for change. Why do you think that this conversation is important at this time? I think the mics near us are working, and so you can actually use that. Yeah, it is. No, to Mute, please.
Okay. My question?
Yes, that's your question.
Okay.
Why is it important, that we're talking about storytelling for children? Why is it important that children are involved in telling stories?
Okay, thank you very much. I think I will start with an incident that happened a few days ago. I got a call from my daughter, and she said something to me that she went to a bookshop to try and get some books. And when she got there, she was seeing 30-something thousand, 20-something thousand. And she was like, she had to call that, hold on, how did you build a library at home? Because I don't understand. I went to buy books, and they were so expensive. Already I got these invites. So quickly I asked her the question. How did, because I raised them with a lot of books, how did it impact you? So I'll just tell you exactly what she said, and that would answer the question. She said it boosted my imagination. It helped my vocabulary. That I could see the world, and I believe that there is nothing I cannot do simply by just imagining it. And all this came out of the fact that I was exposed to reading books. Now, not just academic books, story books, bedtime books, Christmas storytelling books, watching movies that were based on values and beliefs. And seeing this thing as a child, it helped her to grow. Today, she's a medical doctor. And she said she missed those eras because she feels that era gave her the boost to follow her dream and becoming who she is today. And she wants to do more because she has more to achieve. So, storytelling helps young people to believe in themselves and know that if this person I'm reading about or I'm watching can do this as a young person, then I can. So it helps to frame their thoughts, it helps to frame their minds and give them that opportunity to know that they can do anything and they can be anything. And it reminds me of the story, one of the greatest movies we all watch. How many of us know about Spelling Bee? That story, right? How many of us watch the movies? How many of us wish that we were the ones there, like Akila, that won the competition, right? I know, that's what storytelling can do. It can make you believe that you can climb the world, you can be on top of the world, you can be anywhere you want to be, simply because you've seen someone else do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that, Coach Mute. Yes, put your hands together, you can clap, it's fine to do that. So Coach Mute Olori is a world-renowned parenting and family value coach, a transformational youth educator, and a Maxwell Leadership Certified Trainer with over 25 years of experience in communication and media. She leads the Transformational Parenting Academy, coordinates iLead Northern Nigeria and the FCT, and has mentored thousands of young people through leadership clubs, youth camps, and storytelling programs. As a broadcaster, trainer, and advocate for youth development, she has used storytelling as a tool to shape identity, deepen values, and build the next generation of global leaders. She is passionate about raising children who can think, speak, and influence through powerful narratives. Please, one more time, welcome to this panel, Coach Okemute Olori. Thank you very much, and thank you for answering that question. So the next person I'm going to be asking a question this morning is Ambassador Dr. Joyce Nwankama, and she's a distinguished entrepreneur, media personality, and humanitarian leader committed to reshaping narratives around the boy child. With experience across business development, real estate, travel consultancy, film production, and creative media, she is known for her innovation and transformative impact. She holds a BSc in economics, multiple professional diplomas and certifications, an MSc in international management from KOC University, and a doctorate in humanities studies. Joy serves as the CEO of Elifav International Limited and Joyce Nwankama Global Limited, and is the founder / executive director of the Boy Child's Life Changing the Narratives Foundation. She is also the producer of the Boy Child's Life Advocacy movie series, using powerful storytelling to highlight the realities and challenges, the struggles, and the silent battles that boys face. Ladies and gentlemen, children in the house, one more time, let's welcome Ambassador Dr. Chinemema Joyce Nwakama. Thank you so much. You know, I actually met Joyce when she premiered her boy child movie series a couple of months back, earlier this year. And I represented my managing director at that event, and I was very impressed. Because personally, I think a lot about the boy child, because a lot is going on for the girl child. And this girl child is going to end up together with a boy child. So we also need to build them up together. And you know, that left a very big mark on me. Thank you so much for what you do. And thank you to everyone on the panel for what you do as well. So now, why is it important to begin nurturing stories and imagination and creativity from childhood? Why is it important? We've talked about why it's important, like, you know, why storytelling. But why should we start nurturing? Why is it important that we're intentional about nurturing that
Good
in
day,
children?
Ladies and gentlemen. I welcome everybody here. Now, back to the question. There is a phrase, catching them young. And I also believe in catching them young. There is need for us to always get children involved in everything we do. Being the kind of person I am that is always surrounded by kids, I'm always surrounded by kids. I have seen so many things around them. I have seen their lifestyles and everything, which was one of the things that gave birth to my foundation, but I'm going to come to that later. There is need for us to carry children along in, especially what we're discussing here, the movie sector. Child actors, while we were growing up, I can remember one of my favorite movies then, Binta and Friends. Yes, I loved it so much. And they were all kids. But as we progresses, I noticed that most of our movies happens to be more of adults, no more children. Or lesser children, not like no more, lesser children. So there is need for us to carry children along because they are meant to be the future of the movie industry, the future of our country, the future of every single thing are the children. So there is need for us to catch them young. Make them know that yes, they can do this. They have so many things they can do. I make movies that has to do with children. That's the advocacy movie series, though channeled towards the boy child. You can see the creativity in them. If you don't give them that space, if you don't give them that opportunity, they will not showcase their talent. You will not even know that, yes, they can do this. So we need to encourage them. We need to make them know that there is more they can do. More, so much more. Now, so many children are being, let me not use the word children, our youths, teenagers, there's this trend.
All right, okay. Sorry about that. Please, that cuts you. Do you want to round up what you were saying, or we should?
Okay.
Yeah.
We were talking about why it is important
Yeah.
to carry children along. Yeah?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, let me round up. It is important to carry children along because we need to let them know, in as much as the trend now is more of wealth without source. That's what I target. Wealth without source. Everybody wants to get rich overnight without any tangible means of income. They should understand that through film, they can actually make a good living. Through their own creativity, they can make a good income. And they should concentrate on building and developing themselves through the creative sector, other than, let me not mention it, the other way to grow. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for her. Thank you for your thoughts on that. All right, moving on to Yasir, and I'm just quickly going to read his bio. Yasir Abdullahi Samanja is a mechanical engineer turned education innovator and founder of the Pendustry, an organization dedicated to bridging the gap between public and private schools through creative interdisciplinary learning. The Pendustry blends STEM, arts, and digital creativity to help students build real-world skills and express their talents. They also run a publishing and media arm that supports young writers and produces youth-centered documentaries, amplifying students' voices and expanding access to quality creative education. One more time, can we put our hands together as we welcome Yasir to this event? I met him for the first time today, but I got to know about him when my daughter, who is also a child educator and into does a lot of creative things with young people, was speaking at his program earlier in the year. And then she had so many things to say, complimentary things to say about what you're doing. I want to ask you, Yasir, why do you do what you do? Why you are a mechanical engineer? Now you're doing content and you have some amazing programs. You have a documentary. You did something around swapping children in private and public schools or something, and created you covered it like have a documentary. What makes you do that in line with our theme when we're talking about storytelling through the eyes of children?
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. So firstly, I think this is a calling for me. I think like every other...
I think your mic is
You can't hear me? Oh, no, I can hear
Maybe
me.
we can all use it, huh? Is it better?
No, it's better, I can hear.
Yes, it's better.
Yeah. So as I was saying, ideally creativity is more like a calling, and I believe everyone here that's a creative understands. You don't choose to be a creative, you just happen to be a creative. So that's how it is. And I'm the typical Nigerian first child. I'm meant to do engineering and everything, so I did my part. And while doing it, I've been writing books since I was a child. I think since primary 4, 5. I've been writing books since when I was a child. Again, as I said, I was pushed to specialize in engineering because writing will not do anything for you in Nigeria. So thankfully, I've finished the journey. And over the years, I've been drawn to education for some reason. I've been drawn to kids in particular, being able to choose what they want, because I kind of see myself as a victim who did not get to explore my strengths, basically. And I figured there are many kids I would speak to, and I see in their eyes they wish they could be something, but daddy said, mommy said. So I get it. And I just thought to myself, why not go into these schools and save them, basically? Because I'm saving them, all of it. If you're one of them, I'm saving you too. So, and that was when I thought, okay, why not have public schools and private schools come together, since there's a divide. And I think it's very obvious, many kids that go to public schools kind of feel inferior, even though sometimes they even perform better, but there's that ideology that they're inferior, and people believe it, even they do believe it, and it becomes a problem for us psychologically. So earlier this year we did a school tour program where we picked children from a public school and had them stay for 5 days in a private school, and you could see the differences were very clear. The kids they couldn't believe what they were missing. So at the end of the day, what I would say the solution is, really? I'm shouting, no? I'm shouting. So what did you hear me say last? Oh,
Is it okay now?
so what did you hear me say last then?
Can we all hear him very well?
Sorry?
Can we
Okay,
all
let me use
hear?
that.
You're okay. I think there's an echo for those of us.
Is
up
it better
here.
now?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to believe everyone heard the part where I said I'm also willing to save the kids just as I needed saviors when I was younger, right? We heard that part? Okay, good. So we had a documentary earlier this year where we had kids from a public school spend 5 days in a private school in life camp, and we'll pick them up every morning, have them take every class, and they would report to us based on their experience so that we would find out whether it's the learning environment that hinders their progress, or is it teaching methodology, or even the materials they use in school. So, sorry, am I on the thing? Am I speaking about my own thing or about the storytelling? Because am I speaking about the storytelling or about what we did overall? Because I think I'm off course from the question you asked me. Oh, okay. So I will not say too much about the documentary then. It was a good one. And then back to my storytelling journey. So I began to coach kids on how to narrate. Basically, everyone has an experience and everyone wants to be heard. So you need to be shown how to communicate that. And personally for me, right? Okay. Personally, for me, I was never taught how to write. I would like to thank God that I was always able to write because I was curious. I was exposed to cartoons at any age. I used to read Enid Blyton and other things since when I was younger. So luckily, I've been writing since. And I believe that the more I tell people this story, no matter how old they are, they get to explore their creative side. So how I would how I would help a kid basically find what their strength is when they want to write a story is every kid has watched cartoons, every kid has favorites, so I would communicate that. First of all, show me your favorite character, and then when we do all of that, we have like an improv. So I would start a line in a story, and then the child will continue for me. We'll do back and forth, and you'll see that every child has a way they see life. You can give any child the same storyline here, and you have 20,000 outcomes. Everyone thinks differently, and I think that is a strength we all have. And as the theme is the voices from the children, if they are given opportunities to share these things, based on the documentary we had, the kids in the public school had stories about. So we asked them to write something on freedom, and they were drawing clouds and some beautiful things, you know. And then the kids in the public school were drawing like fists of freedom. It was so different. You could tell that their realities were different. And I think that is where the power of storytelling comes in. Accept your reality and communicate it with all the strength you have in you. So that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I like what he said about the fact that you can give the children the same storyline and they come up with different, like the stories are going to be totally different. And that's the power of creativity and that's the power of imagination, especially when it comes to children. The children imagine, like I said earlier, without borders. They believe everything is possible and they can create. You can see every one of them that talked about, when I asked them the question, who is your hero? They were all like superheroes. They were people that could solve problems, could do things and all of that. And that's how they see themselves. And sometimes you wonder where we miss it, that between that child that believes everything is possible ends up being the adult that now doubts themselves and wonders if anything is even possible. And that's why this conversation is important, so that apart from just telling ourselves how best to create content for children, we can involve them in content creation. Thank you so much, Yasir, for that. Let's move on to Mrs. Adesola. So Adesola Lajuwami, excuse me, is a UK-born homeschool mom of 3 and the founder of Conscious Family Center, an alternative education center in Abuja, committed to child-led, play-based learning. She's also the convener of Abuja Family Network, a vibrant community of thousands of families, including more than 450 homeschool families. Adesola holds a BA honors in fashion design and marketing. Her journey into education began during her first pregnancy, when she became deeply curious about how children learn and thrive. This passion has since grown into a mission to support families in building more intentional, connected learning environments. Today, Adesola is dedicated to creating safe spaces where children explore freely and where parents find community, support, and a sense of belonging. One more time to this panel, can we welcome Adesola Lajuwami? Let's put our hands together. And I'm going to be asking you this afternoon, you homeschool children, which is, at some point, when I was raising my children, we knew about homeschooling, but I hardly knew anyone in Nigeria that was homeschooled. So you could just see, okay, this is what the Western world does. It's not what Nigerians do. But I found that more and more people are taking that into their hands. And in that, as a homeschool parent and also helping others, how do you include storytelling? How do you include building the imagination of these children in terms of storytelling, in terms of creativity? And do you ever do anything around encouraging them, those of them that may want to end up telling stories for a livelihood, a means of livelihood?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, good afternoon. Yes, as she mentioned, I'm a homeschool mom of 3 children, and I moved to Nigeria in 2019 from the UK. My husband owns a solar business here in Abuja. So, as she said, I started looking into education with my first child, and in the UK then, I struggled to find Nigerian stories for my children, Nigerian films, just messages that were positive for the black child. So I searched and searched to find a few stories, films for our young people, which I now have a children's library here in Abuja that young children can come to and borrow books from Nigerian authors, from African authors, from all over the world. And you can borrow books at our library at Conscious Family Center. So homeschooling is growing in Nigeria. Here in Abuja, we have over 450 homeschool families from the age of 2 to teenagers through to college. And it's growing because parents are not satisfied with the school system as it is. We're here talking about the film festival. For young people that are interested in film, it's not something that will be focused on in school at an early age. So at Conscious Family Center, let's say a 4-year-old is interested in photography or film production. It's something that we can hone in on at a young age. So we'll give them a camera to play with. We bring in professionals in that field to work with our children on different subjects, depending on what you're interested in. So the focus isn't really just on academics. It's about finding what you young people's purpose is from a young age. Where we all have our stories to tell. We're all content creators, in my mind anyway. We all have our stories. So for CFC, it's really important that young people are given a voice, really. So depending what you're interested in, it's basically that would be our focus at Conscious Family Center, just to allow you to build your skills, to boost your confidence. And we have homeschool children that come in as a social aspect as well. We run book clubs, we have chess club, we have whatever young people are interested in, we run it at the center as well. And it's in Wuse too.
Wow, thank you. Please, let's appreciate them when they make their contributions. Thank you. I like what you said about giving a 4-year-old, you discover a 4-year-old likes photography. That's very intentional, that at that age you can be able, and maybe possibly that's the advantage of the kind of schooling you do. And I'm going to ask you a follow-up question to that, because not everybody is going to send their child to a home school. But how do you, I like the fact that, okay, you notice this child likes photography and you give them a camera. And they begin to play around with the camera. I read a story some years, many years back about Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg is one of the biggest, like, renowned global film directors.
Yes.
And I read a story, if I can remember that story correctly, it was like his mom, possibly, she also discovered that he loved stories. And so she would take him and they would go for walks in the park or wherever with a camera, and he would take pictures. And of course, definitely this was before the digital, like when we had phones and all of that.
Yes.
So he would take pictures and then they would come home and they would print out the pictures and then he would put the pictures together and he would tell stories about the pictures. And then as he grew older, they got him a little camera. And so when he now became a world-renowned filmmaker, it did not happen by accident. It was intentional. So now, I want you to just say a word. How do parents identify some of this? Because in Nigeria, I don't know if it still happens now, but in our own days, you either had to be a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer or something like that. You can't even, we're two, myself and my brother. From the day when we were small, we were always hearing that my brother was going to be a lawyer and I was going to be a doctor. My brother never became a lawyer, I never became a doctor. You understand? But that was the narrative at home, that he's going to be a doctor. And so how does that come into play, especially with the creative industry? Because I think the creative industry is taking the lead now. And parents need to understand. So how do parents detect some of these things? How do you find what your child is good at? And how do you help to nurture that child in that direction? Especially storytelling, art, filmmaking, content creation.
Thank you. So for new families that are considering homeschooling their children, I always tell them to start with a conversation with their child. And this involves, from those that, can communicate properly to them from 5 years, to ask them, what are they interested in? Get to know your child first. Whether they're at school or not, you have to make time to communicate with your child. We have to be intentional about finding out what's special about my child past exam grades. What do they love? What are they interested in? What do they gravitate towards? And that's the foundation of finding out, whether you have a budding actor, designer, whatever it is that your child is interested in. It starts from those conversations at home, in your living room, at the dining table, whatever it is. It doesn't even have to be long periods of time. Whether you get home from work late, take 5 minutes, sit down with your parents, speak to them about your day properly, not just, my day was fine. No, like, what did you enjoy learning today at school? Speak to them about that, and it will allow you to basically grow and have a better relationship with your parents, for them to understand what it is you want to do with the rest of your life. It's your future, basically.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. That's a very good one for parents with young children. All right, Coach Mutie, we're coming back to you. What do you think is the responsibility, because you're also a media person, you're a content creator, you run a show, you have a TV show, that focuses on children. Why do you think it's important that filmmakers and content creators create content for children? Obviously, we can see very clearly that there is a gap between, Nollywood is doing excellently well globally. It has become an ambassador for Nigeria. You go to places and people easily identify Nollywood characters, but when we ask, and if we do a poll around these children, you find that they have a lot of foreign cartoons, so why is that? Maybe the gap, but more importantly, why is it important that filmmakers in Nigeria should make films for children?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. When the NTA lady was here and we were talking about NTA trying to revamp some of the programmings they've been doing, I'm one person that was shaped by the programmings that were on television at that time. The Taste by Moonlight, Votron, there's so many things that shaped my life to be who I am today based on the things I watched growing up. But today my question to all of you is, what are you watching? I watch programs that were value-based. So if I want to learn about respect, I want to learn about self-esteem, I need to learn about discipline, time management, I had programs on television that I could watch that would help me shape myself. But today, I tell young people that I really pity, should I use the word pity you, because you are exposed to a whole lot of things that you have become confused about what exactly should I do. Many young people you see today suffering from identity crisis is because of what they watched. Many young people picking up habits that were not taught at home, and they are living a life today with the vices that we have in society is because of what they watched. We have phones, we have access to phones. Many contents are created on TikTok. I went into TikTok, I went into Snapchat one time, and my girls were like, what are you looking for there? I said, I want to see what these young people are seeing. Honestly, you are exposed to a lot of things, and unfortunately at this age, you cannot differ which is real, which is not. And that's where the parents' involvement come in. What are your children watching? Do you know what they are doing on there? I've seen a child, the mother never knew that her son was on social media. She had the belief that her child was not there. But you know what? The child was on social media bearing another name. How can the parents know how to monitor or at least help to guide the child on what to watch? So there is need for us in Nigeria to begin to produce content. We need to produce content that speaks about our cultural base. Yes, we talk about a lot of things that are not right about our culture, but there are a lot of things that are right about our culture. So we cannot throw the baby and so we Hello. Hello. All right. So we can't throw the baby and the bathwater away because we complain. There are a lot of value in the things that we have in Africa and in Nigeria. So let's bring back some of this production, but give the children the opportunity to share their thoughts and their knowledge. Because you see, young people of today, you guys are smart. Please clap for yourselves. You are smart. You know a lot. It's just that sometimes we do not give you the opportunity to express yourself or to know what you have. And even when we give you the opportunity, we judge you. We shut you down. So I think content producers or TV producers or producers should begin to look at how do I incorporate young people into my storytelling? How do I see value from their eyes, see respect from their eyes, see discipline from their eyes, and then create a narrative that will help them also imbibe these values, but in representing their own age and time. I talk to young people that say, you are old school. But truth is not old school. Respect is not old school. Discipline, hard work is not old school.
True.
So if we begin to bring this narrative back in our storytelling, our programmings that we do, I think we will help these young people to know what the right thing to do is. It will reduce the vices that we have in society, I believe, because they are exposed to a lot of foreign movies, foreign things, but what are they really teaching you? Can we take those things they are seeing there and create something in Nigeria? And I think some of them are doing well, but create it in such a way that these young people also have access. Access is another problem. Now I go to some organization, I do a program that is about talent hunt for young people. I go to this big organization and ask for sponsorship. They prefer to sponsor maybe a dance program or sponsor any other thing that I think is not really building the value of young people, even if it makes us laugh and happy. But they don't really teach us the things that we want them to learn in this age and time. So they prefer to sponsor those programs than to sponsor programs that will help young people to want to really give in their best. So I think all those organizations, corporate organizations, should also think about how to change their policy and see that they invest in programming that will help young people find themselves and also be part of the change that we're looking for in society. If we don't allow them, then we cannot teach them or preach to them what they need to know at this time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I like that you said respect and truth is not old school. Discipline is not old school. Hard work is not old school. And those are things that can be themes for our stories. And we're coming back to you, Joyce, and we're going to take this quickly because we need to allow the DGN continue with the event for today. And so I want to ask you, why is it important? First of all, how do we balance like entertainment, education, in content creation? How do we balance it? And maybe a two-edged question. And the second one, why is it important that children see, and just drawing also from what Mute said, see what representation of who they are on TV rather than seeing something that they cannot even relate to. Like sometimes they're watching films that is very far-fetched in terms of the culture, in terms of the setting, in terms of everything. Why is it also important? While that is good because it's part of education, it broadens your mind. But why is it also important that they see what represents them on screen?
Okay, let me start with the last question. It is important to let children see what they actually represent through the movie industry, because children usually act based on what they see. Whatever they see out there is what goes into their head. They'll start behaving. That's why you see a situation whereby children do things that they did not learn from their home, because phones, gadgets, tablets and all that are all over there for them to watch the wrong things. Coming to creativity, I happen to be somebody who tells stories through the children's eyes, just like the topic said. I make movies that is practically based on children education, letting them know the things that, or letting the world know the struggles, the challenges, and everything that is going on around them, and also give them that opportunity to explore, showcase their talents, their creativity, and all that. Now, children are supposed to be our leaders, like I said before. If we don't get it right when they are still young, it will obviously be difficult for us to correct it when they are already matured. Obviously, we know that. So we must get them involved in every single thing that has to do with creativity, because if we don't teach them now, the street is out there to teach them the wrong things. That's aside. Coming to the first question is what again, please?
How do you balance entertainment and education in content for children?
Okay. Entertainment that we know now everybody is after what they stand to gain. If you're trying to make educational movies, it will not sell like the entertainment ones, the comic ones and all that. So most producers will want to channel their resources to the one that will give them profit more than the educational one. So balancing it right now might be a little bit difficult, but if we are actually ready to do it, we will do it. So there should be more people ready to write, tell stories, educational stories, producers, directors who are ready to tell educational stories, make educational movies, other than the reigning thing, which is either love movies, comedy, and all that entertainment. Yes, we need to be entertained, yeah? But if we are concentrating only on entertainment, why leaving what we all grew up with, which is the educational movies? I know how many educational movies I grew up watching, and I learned so many things from them. So since our children are exposed to the internet world, there is need for us to make educational content. In as much as we have so many busy parents these days who don't even have much time to dedicate to their children, they are learning out there on social medias and all that. There is need for us to make education, more of educational movies, more of educational movies. So these kids can actually learn while on the social media space, scrolling up and down. They are learning something that they are lacking at home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think, thank you for what you said, and I agree with you. I think there just has to be a balance between education and entertainment. As you were speaking, I just remembered there's this lady that does a children program. Is it Miss Rachel or something? That thing, she has like billions of views, billions, like on YouTube. People, children, I don't know, she just connects with very young children. And it's educational, it's also entertaining. So it's like the children, somebody came to my house with a baby. And like a baby that I'm not sure is up to 1 year. And when the baby was being fretful, the mother just said, let's put on Miss Rachel. This boy just sat in front of the TV like this and was just at that age. And I'm like, she's getting it, like there's something. So you can imagine if you begin to, the values we're talking about. Some of us have talked about values, those things that define us as Africans. That are not just maths and English. Yes, and they can be told in very fun ways. I believe they would sell. Thank you very much for that. Very quickly, let's move on to Yasir. Your next question, which should be the final, because we have to wrap this up quickly. And I want to ask the children one or two questions and allow you people to have your final word. Now, we find that animation, AI, virtual reality, everything is on the rise now. What opportunities exist for children? How can we leverage on this? Because the truth is that, like it or hate it, love it or whatever, it has come to stay. AI has come to stay. Technology is only going to keep getting better, moving forward. So instead of hiding and saying, oh, I don't like it, it's not good, how do we leverage on that for children, for creativity and content creation as well?
Okay, can you hear me now? Is it better now? Hello? Oh, okay, I see. So first things first, I would like to say AI is not the enemy, it's your friend. And if you go back in time, even the invention of the wheel or, the turbines, they were for assistance to make things easier. And I think now that we find ourselves in this digital age, we need to accept that this is what will make us work faster. So sometimes you'd have people prompt some stories on ChatGPT. There was a particular time of, I don't know, whether it's 2 years ago, 3 years ago, everybody just turned to ChatGPT for solutions. You want to write letters, ChatGPT. You want to write books, ChatGPT. And you even publish. And along the line, people began to overuse it. Quality began to drop because you guys are just going to the same source, play with prompt, and at the end of the day, you're not getting that originality that your brain actually gives you. So what you can do is have the concept in your head first, then look for the assistance. As you would do as a human being, if something is so much for you, you can meet other humans to assist you with. So just think of AI, anything digital, as something that can make things easier for you. I think for me, it's just a very short answer. That's the solution for it for me. I have nothing to add.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, children, did we hear that? Did we hear that? So you can use AI, but always have your own concept. AI is not meant to replace you. Technology is not. It's only meant to enhance who you are and what you do. So learn to read for yourself. Create for yourself, have your own ideas, your own concepts that you want to do, and then once you have it, you can now use AI to enhance it. But don't, because if the danger there is that if we keep depending on AI, we now stop thinking and AI begins to think for us, and that can be not a very good place to be. Thank you very much. And we're back to Adeshola. I just want to ask you, the film industry, content industry, like they say, content is king. Yes. Content is the new crude. We hear all of those things. How can we leverage on what is happening globally to put Nigerian stories? How can we train, or how can we help these young ones in the room? Because from among them tomorrow, I believe there will be content creators, definitely. There will be filmmakers, there will be, how do we begin to nurture them and position them to be part of this? So not just on a local scale. So you're telling Nigerian stories, but it's appealing to a culture, like to a global audience rather. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Again, on the topic of AI, I think this is a tool that can help us to give us that global leverage. We have an issue with the quality of Nigerian, resources going out. So I think if there are young filmmakers here, they can use AI to create a beautiful animation, create beautiful films, without doing all the legwork here in Nigeria. You can use AI to assist in that sense. In terms of the global stage, I think our stories are amazing, and I think we just have to look into schools particularly and allow children to share their stories more. My mom owns a theatre company in the UK, an African theatre company, and she's transformed plays like Macbeth and other stories like this into Yoruba context. So that's another angle. If you're looking at a global audience, it might be to look at some Western pieces and to bring it to our own context as well. It's also an option.
Oh wow, that's amazing. I like what you said your mom does. Yes. So she has a theater, and then she now
African theater company.
So she takes like some of these
Shakespeare.
Yes, classic, all those Shakespeare and all of that, and turns it into Yoruba.
Yes.
Wow,
yes.
And that's in the UK.
Yes.
And people watch it and are buying. Amazing. Yes. So you see, there are no boundaries when it comes to this thing. Especially when you come, so you can start, and so you can also take our own stories and flip it the other way around. Take our own stories, and we have amazing stories. So I encourage the children, also read up stories about, we have a lot of myths, we have a lot of history, we have a lot of cultural practices that is only us that do. And people find them very fascinating. We have a lot of fashion, I have a lot of food. So are you hearing us, children? Are you here? I want to ask you one question before our panelists give us their last word. If you were to create a film or make a film about something that you can use to change something in your community, what will it be? Or even change the world? A film, what would that topic be? Are you here? Children, do you understand the question? If you're to create a film and I tell you, I'm going to give you money to make a film, and you want that film to change something about either your community or your country or the world, what would that one thing be? I saw a hand go up here. Can we give him a mic or her? Can you come up? Come. Just come and stand here. Let me give you the mic so we save time. Okay, someone has a mic, so you can help us with that. So somebody else can answer.
If I will make a film to the community and like so that to change my community, I like to make a film for parents to stop talking for their children. They should allow the child to talk for him or himself, or they should allow the child to face his basic need and what he wants to be in the future. Thanks.
Amazing. Did we hear that? I said that parents should stop talking for their children and allow the children talk. Huh? Okay. Yeah. Yes, there's another hand. So where? Okay, there she is. Yes.
Hello.
If I was to make a film, I'll make a film about children that are strong, children that will build a better future.
Wow. Good. Amazing. Can we have one more person? So do you know that you can actually make a film about that? You can first start by writing a story. And you also, what you want, you can first start by writing. You know, every film begins with a what? A story. It was first a story before it became a film. So it was written somewhere. So you can write. You can begin to write. And as you write, those things that are in your heart, let them pour out. All right, one more person. Yes.
If I were make a film, I'll make a film about children that are so creative.
Children that are
so creative.
So creative. Put your hands together for her. Fantastic. So please, you think about that, all that you have said, and I want you to know for every child here that it is possible. Those dreams, those imaginations. Imagination is a gift from God to every one of us. And everything you can imagine, if you pursue it, you can actually achieve it. So I'm going back to our panelists. Maybe there's something you want to share with the children and with the filmmakers that are in the house, with the audience, parents. Maybe I've not asked you that question. It's your final word. You want to say something. Yes, serious. We start from you and we come this way. Just something you think you want to leave with the people here based on the amazing work that you do.
I hope this time you can hear me. Okay. So first things first, I want to just refer to what you mentioned earlier about how the quality of things are being displayed on TV for the children. So I don't know, does anyone know Ubongo Kids here? So personally for me, the quality, just the visuals are not so appealing. And when you compare that to something on Disney, of course you always go to Disney to watch it. And I think visuals first. So to those who are actually trying to help us make a change and create these things, make them appealing visually. That's the first thing. Stories can come. Stories are always good, but the visuals will keep me there. So I think that's one. And for the children as well, as I said, I'm here to save you as I've saved myself. You can be anything, any form of storyteller. There are different types of storytelling that are out there. You can write books, you can make movies, and you just have to believe in yourself and actually start it. And don't dwell on thinking, oh, I want to do this something, and end up being a mother or a father and you don't have a book. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for him. So believe in yourself and you can do it.
All right, thank you so much. I think we've said quite a lot today to our sponsors, to corporate bodies, to Nollywood, to content producers. Make sure that whatever you're doing, you're carrying them and you're thinking like young people so we can do more movies and more stories that would help them to become who they want to be. And for every young person, how many of us like gists? Let me see your hand. If you like gists, right? We all like gists. Gist is storytelling. And it starts with an idea. It starts with a thought. Your story can be funny, but you're passing a very important social stories or creating change in society. Or in your school, or at home. Start from somewhere. Don't let anybody tell you your story. You have the power to tell your story by yourself. So learn to journal, learn to write. Whatever you're thinking, write it down. And one day, that thing will come to life. All right? So I want every one of us to leave you with this song, and I know many of you know it, and I want you to sing it along. And every time, remember that song. It says, I know I can, and then you say the same thing. Can you say that? I know I can be what I want to be. If I work hard at it, I'll be who I want to be. Oh yeah, let's put our hands to it now. I know I can be what I want to be. If I work hard at it, I'll be who I want to be. Clap for yourselves.
Ooh, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, next, Adesoma.
Yeah, so my closing statement is basically, if we want global change, we must start by listening to children and giving them the space, the tools, and confidence to tell their own stories. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much.
As a boy child advocate, I am going to start by encouraging filmmakers, the Directors Guild, the AGN, which I happen to be part of as well, to tell more stories about the boy child. Over the years, the boy child has been neglected for several reasons, which we can see in our homes, schools, religious places, and all that. The attention has always been on the girl child. I get this impressive compliments anytime I approach somebody with my foundation and our organizations. They'll be like, okay, this time is about the boy child. So finally they've remembered the boy child, so this, so that. You know, which simply shows that the boy child have been neglected all this while. Now, back to what I used to say. Why raising the girl child to be a wife material? Who is raising the boy child to be a husband material? That is a question you need to find the answer yourself. So we should tell stories that showcases the struggles, the challenges, the triumphs of boys, especially in this our generation, where boys are more concerned about making it. The pressure families mount on these young boys. My friend's son bought the mother a car, my friend's son did this, my friend's son did that. So it is pushing the boy child into so many illegal things, boiling down to the insecurities we have all over our countries. They are all perpetrated by the boy child because we neglected them. If we had carried them along just the same way we, the girl children, were carried along, I am pretty sure we will not be having this level of insecurity we have all over Nigeria. Let me just concentrate in our own home. We will not be having all this problem we are having right now. The armed robbery, Yahoo boys, kidnapping cases, all of them are all boys. Our brothers, our friends, people's children. Why is all this happening? Because we are more concerned about the girl child. So I think movie storytelling is a very powerful way to push this boy child's story. That is why I came up with that boy child advocacy movie series. A series that tells about everything that has to do with the boy child. You can actually make it as a young boy, as a young girl, in a legit way, without crime. You can do better. You can be better. So please, my fellow producers, let's write more stories that tells the boy child story or the boy child's life story, and also make them play these roles. All my cast are usually between the age of 17 downwards. Just few places where you have adults. Let them play these stories. Let them be the ones to show what they are actually going through. Because the more they act it,
you give them the script, yes, but the more they read it, the more they act it, the more it goes into them. You can do better and you can be better.
Thank
Like
you so
my
much.
Binta and friends always say, do yourself, no compromise. You can make it if you want. Bring out your inner beauty. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that brings us to the close of this panel. Through the children's eyes, storytelling for global change. I want to say a very, very big thank you to every one of our panelists. The only thing I wish is that we had more time, because I know the wealth of experience and knowledge that each of you brings. But we thank you for the valuable insights that you have given us. Children, how many of us loved this? How many of us want to be back next year for a more engaging Zuma Film Festival? You want to have a children's storytelling corner. You want to create a film during Zuma. How many of us want to do that? Yes. So we'll work on that. Work on that and make this something that can run all through the event. And maybe we may end up producing a movie. Sorry? Yes, a full day. Yes, a full day. So this is going to grow. Like a full day for you to just come. Just be creative. Just be creative. And we'll have mentors that will work with you. And it's going to be fun. Just us and, people teaching us and helping us and just guiding us. Not even necessarily teaching, but helping you bring out what is also inside of you. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here. We bring this to a close. I'll ask the panelists to be upstanding for a group photograph. And please, I want to say this, there is going to be lunch served. First of all, for the children. So I want us to remain seated, both children and adults. Let's remain seated while that is being done. Thank you, and God bless you.
Another round of applause for the festival director and the wonderful panelists we have here today. Let me quickly mention that the managing director of the Nigerian Film Corporation, in the person of Dr. Ali Nuhu, is desirous of having a group photograph with these young ones. He is on his way to an assignment and he's downstairs. I don't know how we will do this. If the children can quickly go downstairs and have that photograph with the managing director at the red carpet, that would be appreciated. Just a minute, kids. Hello, children. So, pardon, the MD is waiting. Please, as soon as you go downstairs and you have the photograph with the MD, you quickly come upstairs again so that we can finish up here. Thank you. Please, leaders of the delegation of these schools, kindly direct these children downstairs. The MD is waiting. He will have a photograph with them, and then they will come up thereafter to do same with the panelists here. Let me mention that the Directors Guild of Nigeria are not yet done with us. The first session was bumper, so to speak. We enjoyed every bit of what they presented to us here, especially that aspect that has to do with insurance and film production. Somebody was asking me, how do the insurance people make their money? If they will insure with as less as 3,000 naira, and I said, look, there is a way insurance works. They make a whole lot of money because at the end of the day, you might still have your equipment intact. So please stick around as they will be continuing with their program. Actually, today is their day. They only give us the time to have this session with the children. Thank you so much. We'll wait for the children to be back. We'll have that photograph, and the DGN will take center stage one more time. Thank you. Mr. Aboki. I collect the greeting. Let me greet you. Fantastic one there, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to my boss. And the day has been fast spent. I will just request again that we move forward a little because we somehow did some readjustment for the children to come forward. So please, it's like we've been sitting for too long. Can I respectfully ask that you stand up, please? Just stand from where you are. Just stand. Don't do anything. Just stand. Just stand. Yeah, just stand. Mr. President is standing, so just stand. Just stretch like this. You've been sitting, especially this wing, they've been sitting all day. Please, a round of applause for them. Yeah, so let me also do another thing. Just move from where you are and shake at least 3 people. At least 3, so that you network by force. At least 3 people. Aha. After that, just move forward a little. Just move forward a little. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, make it 5 people. Make it 5 people. We'll never eat.
Back for the photograph with the children. Yes. Yeah. Please, we want to crave the indulgence of the panelists to just give us a moment or two as the kids will be back for that photograph. Please do not go too far. Thank you.
Okay, so we will go into the next session and we are combining accessing funds for big budget production and then co-production. We'll do all together and we'll just have less than 30 minutes to be done. Instead of doing 2 sessions, with the approval of the president, we'll just do 1 in place of 2. So I will invite some people that will join the panel. Please, Mona, help me clap for them as they show. Let me quickly invite Bride Wanda Obasi. Bride Wanda Obasi, please. Bride Wanda Obasi is a Nigerian filmmaker, and he is the producer of If I Am President, and also Chains. He is the founder of African Film for Impact Festival, AFIF, and is the CEO of High Definition Film Academy, and also the curator of EU Short Film Competition. Ladies and gentlemen, Bride Wanda Obasi to the high table, to the panel. Please, a round of applause. And then all the way from Spain, we have a Spanish filmmaker whose film, Emak Bakia, won 17 awards and has been translated into 16 languages. And his latest film, Zumikiri, is already making waves internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite Oscar Alegria to the panel. An impact filmmaker who is also a fellow of U.S. Consulate Program for Filmmakers is here with us, and I'll invite her to the panel. Gloria Ogoli Ehiosu, please come over. A round of applause. Last but not in any way the least is the founder of Nollywood Travels Film Festival, who just took me to Germany to screen my film. We just came back like 3 weeks ago. He took me and my martaba to Germany. So he's my destiny helper. And he's also a consultant to Zuma International Film Festival. Give it up for Michael Parrish, Ambassador Michael Parrish, please. Are you clapping for Parrish and Gloria? Mr. President, are you coming to me? Or I should come to you? I also have another guy. When he comes up, you will see that he is not Nigerian, but he's an international African international filmmaker. Terence Kumalo, please, to the high table. It's like we're going to need an extra chair. So I will sit here. You will sit here. So you sit here. Michael will go there. Are you sure? Okay, because I want to see everybody face to face. Okay, Terence Kumalo, please. A round of applause. We intend to keep it short, so when you want to ask your questions, keep your question very, very brief. Is that okay? Thank you. So we'll proceed now. Straight to the point, thank you for coming to the panel. I said we will combine accessing funds for big budget productions and co-production. And most of the people here have accessed funds for their production. Gloria, you access fund?
Yeah, she's a champion.
Yeah, it's like she accessed some good money. You want to take us through that process? What fund did you access?
Okay.
You don't need to mention the figure for security reasons.
Oh, thank you for having me here. It's indeed an honor to be. Okay, nice. It is indeed an honor, first of all, to be seated, have a seat on this table with these gentlemen that I'm really very proud to be next to them. Having accessed funds to make my own films and to make documentaries. Well, one of them was shooting the documentary on the past president, Muhammadu Buhari, and his ministers for the past 8 years of their rule. And so it was something that I knew that doing such a project was going to be a very big budget project, because we have to not only go to different places in Nigeria, but also meet these people at where they can be met and in their offices, access to them. And it required not just the national crew, but international crew also. So I got to shoot with people from the USA, filmmakers from the USA. Even the post-production was done in the US. So it was indeed a great time to have that.
Yeah, so you see, a presidential documentary filmmaker is okay. Mr. Bright, you've got some funding somewhere?
Yeah.
At any time? You guys work together?
Okay, so I've assessed funding from the MacArthur Foundation.
Okay.
That was a multi-year funding. It spanned across 3 years. In 2018, I made a reality TV show training filmmakers across the continent. Actually, brought 60 of them into one house to drive transformation using film. So that particular stuff was part of the MacArthur funding. Then I made the film If I'm President. If I'm President was a MacArthur funded film. Okay. And of course, there were a few other things tied to the funding I received. Also, I've been funded by the United States Embassy, United States Department of State, where I trained 30 Christians, 15 Christians, 15 Muslims, to make film on religious tolerance. So after the training, we had to make a film, Goje, which was screened, premiered here in Abuja and screened across. Then, of course, also had support funding from the UNODC, at some point. So assessing grant, I've not assessed the entire grant that is currently available in Nigeria, not 1%. So I'm waiting to get all of that.
Oscar, is the story the same in Spain? Or it's different from what it is in Nigeria or in Africa?
Now, Hello, thanks for this invitation. For me, it's my first time in Nigeria, so.
Oh, your first time?
Yeah.
You're welcome. Please, a round of applause. Yeah.
And it won't be my last time, I hope. I'm dreaming on coming back. So for us, it's very important, the co-production. We usually, mostly, the Spanish co-production is made with, for example, Mexico or Argentina because of the language. But we have also strong connection with other countries that are our neighbors. For example, France or Portugal. But I think it's very important not to do co-production only because of the language or the geography. I mean, for example, why don't we make a bridge between Nigeria and Spain, or between Japan? I've been visiting, for example, Japanese film festivals. There is a very good one in Yamagata in the north, and they have a very well done and historically co-production market. So I think it's a big chance to visit other places like this, or take some ideas, know people. No? I'm starting to speak with Michael Paris about that, and so this is the starting point for something. No? Then there is a lot of funding in Europe that is not very difficult to get. Each time is getting better, I mean, for cinema. So we are living a very happy moment in Europe to celebrate, because I think it's something that we must celebrate, no? To work together. And not only in economical terms, I mean, only in cinema or filmmaking. I think we can also speak about how we make our storytelling. No? Here in Zuma, they're remarking a lot that word, storytelling. And I'm finding a lot of connections between our storytelling and the storytelling here. So that's something very nice and something that we must celebrate.
All right, thank you, Oscar. Mr. Terrace, how is filmmaking in your own part of the world when it comes to co-production and access to funding?
Okay, thank you. We kind of big in co-producing, but mostly outside of the continent. We've got 12 co-production treaties, only 2 with the continent, Nigeria being the first treaty we signed on the continent, and Kenya being the other agreement. The first treaty we signed was in '97 with Canada, and over the years, the 12 treaties combined have produced about 157 projects. The majority of those were with Germany, followed by Canada and the UK. So from a funding perspective, there are a number of sources in South Africa. First and foremost would be the agency I work for, the National Film and Video Foundation. And then we've got the Industrial Development Corporation. They can take up to 49% equity stake in your film. It's also a state entity. We've got provincial or state entities. They also offer grants, so you don't have to pay them back. And then a few parts of private investment. Obviously, we also have distribution mostly driven by broadcasters. From a production perspective, we produce not at that large scale, but on average, we have between 20 and 30 feature films a year. We also have productions within short film, documentary, animation. And from a co-production perspective, we co-produce across the genres. So it's not specific to a certain genre. It depends what's available at the time and what they're working on. Not only television, or rather not only feature films, we also have television series and animation.
Okay. I think maybe we'll even have to change that mic. It's not quite clear.
Hello.
Mr. Parish. Mr. Parish, so you have taken Nollywood film from one country to the other using your platform, the Nollywood Travel Film Festival. How has it been from country to country? What is the reception for Nigerian made films? And what were the possibilities from these outings for co-production for any Nigerian producer, being a filmmaker yourself?
Okay, so the experience has been really beautiful, I must confess. You know, onto the fact that before I started my festival, I'd attended a lot of other festivals since 2004. So when I started my festival, born out of the fact that Nollywood had gained a lot of audience globally and people wanted to see more films, and they didn't get that opportunity to see films because sometimes people who would program films for festivals would program certain films that they liked, and then the audience also, you know, did not get the opportunity to see other kind of films. So I thought it was really an opportunity to take more of our films abroad so that more people get to see it. And before then, I realized that apart from a lot of people in the Caribbean who had access to some of our films, and people in the US, and of course people in the UK, because before then we had done a lot of work with people in the US. Remember when Nigeria had tried to create a market in the US? There was a time where our films were taken and sold in supermarkets in the US on DVDs, and then people would come buy the US rights. I'm sure you remember the days where, you know, the people would come and buy US rights and then they sell it to people in the US. Those ones would produce them on VCDs and DVDs and sell them in supermarket and stores. Our films were not really in cinemas in the US. Then we started doing premieres in the UK. We had the opportunity to get, you know, give people, because we also had a large audience in the UK. But then in 2016, I was speaking with the people at the Toronto, before 2016, I was speaking with people at Toronto International Film Festival, and then we got talking back and forth, and they decided to showcase Nigerian films. So when Cameron Bailey, the artistic director, is now the CEO of the festival, came to Nigeria, I hosted him, and he said, I think it's going to be a brilliant idea to start a Nigerian, to show more Nigerian films in Canada. So I thought about it, I jumped on the idea, and then in 2017, I launched the Nollywood Travel Film Festival in Toronto. I took a number of Nigerian films. I had a collaboration of the Canadian Eye Commission, so we took a number of filmmakers, and the reception was good. People enjoyed it. And then from there, we went to the US. Of course, we had an existing audience in the US. But the take for me was when I started going to places like Peru, Greece, Norway, Finland, I realized a lot of people who came to watch the films who had not seen a Nollywood film before. In fact, a lot of them did not realize an industry existed in Nigeria. So one of the first films I had shown in Greece was Papel's film, Eagle Wings. And people were blown away. They didn't imagine we could make those kind of films. They were shocked. Nigerians, you guys we didn't even know you make films, and now you make films that are really good with all the props, the technology, this and that. So the audience are beginning to, apart from the audience we already know on the continent in Africa, audience in Europe and Asia are already consuming Nigerian films. We're looking for more collaborations. It's been the good, the bad, the ugly. Sometimes you take the films and then you don't get people who come to see them because there's really no interest. But you have to keep pushing. You have to keep pushing. You have to keep campaigning, because one thing you cannot take away from us is our story technique. We are probably one of the best storytellers on the planet. So when you see a Nigerian film, even without all the aesthetics when it comes to filmmaking, you kind of enjoy the story because of the way we tell our stories. I mean, the original stories we are known for as Nollywood. So it's been a journey, and if we continue, you realize that we would be able to gain more audiences and build more markets for our industry in Nigeria.
Very much. I'm even one of the most recent beneficiaries from that gesture because my film, which represented Nigeria at the Oscars, was taken to
Berlin,
Germany. We just came back like 3 weeks ago.
Yes.
Yeah, to show a Hausa film, imagine. So I'll zero down now before I throw it back to the audience. And zeroing down now, we'll go to specifics. Specifics in this case is I will take on the first two people who have accessed funding in Nigeria. Now we're talking to a cosmopolitan audience here, most of them young and emerging filmmakers. If they would have to package a proposal that will attract any funder, in your case, MacArthur, that was huge. And for 3 years, that was a lot. What should they be looking out to do? What are they looking out for? What kind of story directions would interest them? So that the whole idea is how can they access funding for their production? You want to start?
I'll say you should add Terence, because this
okay,
is the man.
Terence has been collecting money.
He has not told you. No, so Terence is the man who gives money in South Africa. So he's the man who understands. So they bring the proposals to him and he would access. So, when you add that, include him, because
okay, so Terence, Bright, and Gloria.
Okay.
Please, how do we find the money? Because I've done 2 films, 2 high-budget films. In fact, I've done the 3rd one, is at post-production. But it has always been personal investment. Even the film that represented Nigeria at the Oscars is nobody's money. So where will they get this money?
Okay, so I will start with an organization like MacArthur Foundation. If you go on their website, it's the same thing.
Sorry, please, we will do with less noise from the background, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with an organization like the MacArthur Foundation. I've had a lot of people reach out to me because they know I'm a MacArthur grantee. MacArthur Foundation, Ford Foundation, Osiwa, they are like brothers, the 3 of them. All of them operate the same system. They don't collect unsolicited grant proposal. So even if your proposal will save the world, don't send them unsolicited. I mean, sometimes you could try, because I will share what my own story was like. But the first thing is, I think filmmakers have a very big problem of not researching the people you want to contact. That's your first power. Your first power is, if you know them, you've got to speak their language to be able to get them. So certain organizations don't have unsolicited, or their rules say don't submit unsolicited proposals, so don't do it. But I won't tell you not to do it, absolutely. Just know that first.
So first, it shouldn't be unsolicited for.
Yes. First, find out do they have windows. Like an organization like MacArthur, they don't always really have windows for grant proposal. MacArthur tells you, we seek you out. You know, I remember when we got the funding, the deputy always told me something. He said, Bright, you did not find us, we found you. It brings me to another thing. As a filmmaker, you need to understand that people don't support what you want to do. They support what you're doing. So you've got to do something, and you've got to create a trajectory. Then another thing, so no matter how great your idea is, it might be mind-blowing. If you talk to them, they are very polite people. They can tell you, oh, wonderful, amazing. Oh, great. Well, maybe you can send us something. Let's say, they are not going to fund you. They don't fund, if they are not in gender-based violence, even though they killed 620 women, and you bring that stuff, they are not going to fund it. So you need to know that. So look for the organizations that fall within the sphere you're working, and then find out, do they have windows? When they have windows, also learn how to send proper grant proposals. Sometimes you may not need to write that proposal yourself because you are not strong enough in that area. Find people who do that. For some, you might be able to pay something, or you have friends or people who've written before. Then they could, like when we did the MacArthur stuff, it took us 8 months of preparation, of planning the grant, and that's an organization that have, I don't know how people will want to give you that kind of funding, and they don't want you to fail. They keep guiding you. You write nonsense. They'll say, Bright, what are you writing? No, come. And they coach you, push you in. So I don't know how they operate. So I'm saying, First, you need to find out, do they accept unsolicited? If they don't, find out, do they have a window when they accept? Then find out what are they funding. One of the things I always do is, in the last 20 years, what have they funded? Use it as your template. Go and search for everything they funded before. Are you sending them something within the confines of what they funded before? Then as I summarize, our case was a bit unique. In the sense, I said they don't accept unsolicited proposal, but I realized something. When we sent our proposal first to MacArthur in 2017, we didn't know they don't accept unsolicited. But guess what? Our proposal then was for the first, the stuff I was running and the film we were making, using film for social change. At that time, the organization had discussed that they wanted to come into the creative industry and tap into it for social change. It just aligned. That was it.
Divine arrangement, I guess.
Do you get? So sometimes you could do trials and the trial could hit a button, but try and look for what are they doing. So if you're sending to them, if you speak in their language, you are most likely going to get their attention. Every year, what is this organization supporting? What have they supported before? And if you look at publications they've made, you have idea what they are likely to be supporting next year. Because sometimes they could pivot from public health into democracy. If you come with public health the next year, they may not attend to you because they've left it. Yeah. So search what they're looking for.
So it's more of strategy than faith.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. Gloria.
Definitely strategy.
Strategy.
For me, when you look at all the organizations around, you see that it's very true what he just said. You need to think about what it is that their goal or their mission is for that year, for that particular year. There was once I and my crew, we made a film on corruption and took it to an organization. And they were like, oh, this was our topic last year, just as he said. So you need to find out this year, this present year, what is it that they need. Coming to the question about the luxury, the big budget films. Big budget films to me is like a luxury product. If you want to make a luxury product, you think about what content you're going to put into it. So conscious content is very important. Right from the script, what story am I going to tell? What's the theme? What plots, different themes and plots and story plots am I going to put into my film that will resonate with this corporate body, this NGO, or this government grant that I could access? And so you're making a film not just for the passion, but you're making a film that you're certain will be sponsored. Also, when you look at other organizations or branches or different departments in the film industry, especially distribution, especially post-production. Now, these are the parts that are going to take a lot of your funding. So why not partner with them? When you partner with them, you cut down your cost and you focus on the pre-production and production phases. Even in the production phases, you partner with my brother here and you get the cameras to shoot. I have worked with World International Property Rights Organization, WIPO, and we had to shoot with the most recent Sony cameras. If I was to shoot by that production then, I don't think I'll be able to afford 3 of those cameras, but I got it and I handled it myself.
Oh, amazing.
Shooting those films with those women. And so because we partnered with Sony. So also, when you look at other productions like the BBC productions or the Ascent Studios Accountability Lab productions that I have done, you see there's a lot of traveling. If you partner with people that are airlines, they get to cut down productions. Like right now, I'm hopefully going to Rwanda to shoot a film next year. And partnering with Rwanda Airlines, I gotten 50% discount for the crew.
Fantastic.
So it's also open 25 to 50% discount for a crew going to Rwanda to shoot using Rwanda Airlines, actually. So this kind of things make your production, yes, a big budget production within your budget.
Yeah, so you are leveraging goodwill
Definitely.
and other assets. So we will be bringing to the panel, Obi Emelonye, PhD. Yeah, so I didn't want to say Dr. Obi. I prefer to say Obi Emelonye, PhD. So that when I no go think saying dash me doctorate. Yeah, he is the producer of the opening film for this year's festival, that is Safari. And so I cast your mind back. He was also the producer director of Mirror Boy, as well as Last Flight to Abuja. He's here right now. And he has accessed some money. Before I come back to, before I go to him, I will talk to Teres. Teres, you have been giving money, I learned. You have been drawing and giving money in South Africa. What do you look out for? What kind of funding have you had? Because if I look at if I juxtapose with the survey, with the Netflix spend in Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, 2016 and 2022, I found out that the spend in these three countries was about $175 million, out of which only $32 million was spent in Nigeria. And the most of it was spent in South Africa. You could see that even with 1 cent, there was almost like $51 million right there. So it means the spending power of the African film space is in South Africa, and you are at the center of it. Please take us through.
We have by design set up to assist the industry with funding, and I'll just take you quickly through. We fund development, script development, we fund production, we fund training, and within training, it's training programs and bursaries to students. We fund distribution and marketing. Within that, there's festival hosting, there's festival attendance, and public screenings. But for the purpose of this discussion, from a development and production perspective, so we fund script development within fiction and both non-fiction, both short and long form, and then production as well, and animation. With development, it's a straight grant. With production, it has to be recouped. So once you go into profit, and then we expect to recoup our funding. And because we are a government and development agency, we normally take the last position in the recoupment waterfall. So everyone else recoups first, and then we the last. If the film makes money, good for us. If it does not, we write it off, and then. But that does not mean we stop funding. Every year we fund. I mean, a year we fund about 66 productions. In terms of what do we look for? Obviously, it has to be story. It has to be commercial viable. But that's not the only determining factor, because some of the productions we funded are not even commercial viable. Do we determine genre? No, we don't. We just put out a call, and then you submit your story according to what you want to tell it, how you want to tell it. We do not censor you. We do not even give creative input unless there are certain things we think from a structural perspective, your story needs to address. Because by nature of us being a state agency, obviously the funding is restricted to South African companies. But from a production perspective, if you are to co-produce with an international partner, by virtue of the co-production, so they'll be able to access that funding within South Africa, us, and then the other entities I mentioned. And this one aspect I almost left out is that we also have incentive, a production incentive in the country. So that's 35% for local and co-productions, 25% for foreign-based films coming to shoot in South Africa, and then it's 20% if you're doing only post-production. To your question, why Netflix is spending so much in South Africa, it's mostly because of the production incentive. So they would get back about 25% of what they've invested or what they've spent in South Africa. And during COVID, just to touch on the issue of IP, because the industry was so affected and everyone was out of work. We went into co-production with Netflix. It was a 50-50 arrangement. So they brought in 50% of the budget, we brought in 50%. The 50% we brought in was the producer's equity. So Netflix owned 50% and the producer owned 50%. It was not a commission as some of the productions would go, where Netflix would own complete rights of the production.
All right, thank you. Dr. Obi, you are known over the years for very ambitious production, because I remember when you did Miro Boy, our production hasn't been scaled up to an international level that much. Then you came with another insanity, which was Last Flight to Abuja. And now we just saw you filming in Nigeria and then in Kenya, and then Safari, boom, is everywhere. And we heard that you have accessed a lot of money.
Too much.
I already have two witnesses in there, a lot. Please take us through it.
First of all, apologies for coming late. I'm a Lagos person, and I saw good roads, and I started driving, and ended up in Nasarawa. So apologies, I had to find my way back. To answer your question, Nollywood is a film industry that was started by self-funding. At this stage, people like Bright would go to MacArthur Foundation and get money, and Ford Foundation and get money. That wasn't there when the industry started. It was a self-help, self-funded industry. So I have more or less toed that line in terms of funding my films. First of all, like I tell every young filmmaker, you have to put your money first to show what you can do, and then somebody will believe in you and give you more money. So I've toed that line. I started by doing everything by myself to show that I can do it, and then people started believing and putting a little bit of money into what I'm doing. And then it got incremental. So you do one, and they say, oh, you used 100 naira for this, we'll give you 200 naira for your next one, and then 1,000, 5,000, and until we got to the place where we have a certain reputation of providing decent quality. So when the government, through the Office of the Vice President, decided to give what I would call a kickstart, a financial kickstart to the industry, in partnership with a Nigerian bank called Providus Bank, I entered the scheme, just like many people who heard about it. And it was a very rigorous business exercise. You have to, first of all, prove the artistic side. You're telling a good story, it's viable, but you also have to show that you've operated on that level before, you've managed that kind of budget before, you've made income of that level before, and you can show proof through your accounting, through your relationships and contracts that you've signed with the likes of Netflix of this world. So it was a very rigorous process. At the end of it, we got some money. It's not a lot of money in the context of the film that we've made, because if you are shooting a film that is cross-national, you're shooting between two countries, they tell you it's more difficult to travel to an African country than it is to travel to the States. Yes. The flights are more expensive, the visa process is more rigorous. So it was challenging making a film in Kenya, which we shot 50%, 60% of the film in Kenya, and another 40% in Nigeria. So the money from Providus Bank was a great help, but I think in film and in life, they say, to whom much is given, much is expected. There is a lot of pressure to deliver not just a good quality film, but one that works commercially. Yeah. And the jury is still out on that, and we're doing our best, and hopefully God will help us achieve our purpose, so that Providus Bank can give the money to some other person at the back of our returning it.
Yeah. Okay, so quickly, before I throw it out to the audience.
Yes, it's important for us to see film as a business. It's a business. Anyone wanting to give you the money to make a film, especially a big budget film, will always ask for your return on investment. Now, this is one word most filmmakers have no idea about. We're looking for money to make the film. It's a product, it's a business. If you make the film, how much are you going to make back in return? That's what's most important. And if you have that at the back of your mind, you would see right from your pre-production stage, you would try and make sure that you're making money off this film, not making money to make the film.
Yeah, I remember when we were acting at the National Theatre, when we do a production, we say it was an artistic success, but a financial disaster. So about film, it shouldn't go that way. So I'll throw it out to the audience. I have a robust panelist here. And don't forget, it is Zuma International Film Festival, and this is the Directors Guild of Nigeria, DGN's Film and TV Summit, and it is the maiden edition. And DGN is, of course, led by Vibrant Uche Agbo, and the NFC is led by the Vibrant Alinuhu, Dr. Alinuhu, as consulted by Parish, and Halima is the project festival director. So all these people are making it very comfortable for us. So I'll throw the microphone into the audience, and then when we come back, we wrap up. I also have to acknowledge our amazing interpreter. She's doing a great job. Please, a round of applause for her. So the mic is all yours. That's Emmanuel Eyaba. He's the PRO of DGN, and he's making sure things work right here.
I think we have a hand.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Okay, so we're about wrapping the session, so don't get bored. No, it's not even boring.
It's money.
It's money, so let's talk about money.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, I thank the panelists. Thank you very much for that insightful conversation. My name is Yusuf Nurat. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Broadcast and Film, University of Abuja. My own first funding, we know, is difficult. And they always say funding by international donors is dwindling now. But we see that filmmaking has always given us a venue whereby when you have a good product, like she rightly said, you will always have people to key into it. So, as a lecturer, there's something going on in journalism world, which is campus journalism. What are you filmmakers doing for our students studying film? We have students that are doing fantastic, they do good story writing. How do you incorporate them? We see them like raw materials that can be used. And then training. There's something where I know that's train the trainee. Is there anything like that that Zuma partner with other bodies so that even lecturers get to do training and then the students get also to learn? Partnership now, collaboration now, and then some of us to write good stories, we hope that we can get funders. Mr. Obi Emeloye, you inspire us. You do good work. I watch your film very well. Thank you very much. And then every other persons here. So those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, anyone could take it up.
Okay, after Brian.
Michael wants to take it up.
I want to ask a question first. So, madam, just for your question to be clear, what are what's the industry doing for these students, right? You're a lecturer in which school? Abuja University? Did you say Abuja University?
Yeah. University of Abuja, yeah.
Sorry?
University of Abuja.
Uni Abuja,
Okay,
sir.
University of Abuja. Sorry. Film, theater film. Like, do you have a picture? How many students? Like, how many students you have?
Sir, some of my students are here. Every year they come to participate in the Zuma Festival. So it's a Department of Broadcast and Film.
Okay.
It's what?
Department of Broadcasting and Film. Broadcast and Film.
Broadcast and Film.
Okay, I think I'll allow Dr. Obi to respond first before I continue.
Thank you very much for your kind words about my film. I don't see people like you enough. Thank you. I think the last administration of the Directors Guild started a consultation with the academia, the Nigerian Film Academia, both in Nigeria and in the diaspora. And I was contacted at that time. The idea was that they needed some kind of partnership to achieve what you've spoken about, to find a way to update the lecturers that teach these courses, especially in the technical side, because the theoretical side, they're very good at it, is to give them the practice elements of these courses so that they can impact on the students a little bit better. That conversation continued with the present president. In fact, yesterday we discussed it about forming synergies in that area. But personally, on a personal level, I, as part of my promotion for my film Safari, decided to do a tour of Nigerian universities. I went to the University of Science, African University of Science and Technology here in Abuja. I went to University of Port Harcourt, myself and Osas. I went to Lagos State University and Pan-Atlantic University in Lagos. The idea was to interface with these students, inspire them, do a small masterclass, give them the access to us so that they can reach us and ask questions, build relationship with the lecturers, so that they, on the basis of that, I've now been given an adjunct or visiting lecturership to Pan-Atlantic University in Lekki, Lagos State University, University of Port Harcourt, and Nigerian British University in Aba, all four coming from there. So I now have to lecture, whether it is virtually or in person, at some time during the year to impart a little bit more to these students. So synergies like that are happening, and I think the reason this kind of conference is constituted is to be able to have people like you make those suggestions. And I believe the president is already looking at that area, and it's something that we as individuals can take up, but on a corporate level, on an organizational level, the DGN can also take it up.
I just want to quickly give her 3 key projects of Directors Guild of Nigeria coming at Q1 and Q2 of next year. So, madam, we already have what we call the DGN Academic Conference that we do in partnership with universities across board. So we are currently looking for a university that is going to host the next edition around April next year. We're in talks with about 3 universities, so your own university, if it's interested, can also key in. We're also going to be doing in Q1 next year what we call intensive workshop for film students across Nigeria, different in all the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. So if your school is also interested, we might also be having that kind of conversation. The idea is to a town meeting gown. What we're trying to do is to prepare these film students so that they're better equipped. Once they come out, they'll be able to start practicing. So we are open for those 2 particular projects for any university that is interested in partnership. I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
So I was going to ask one.
Just to add,
sorry,
Mr.
I was going to ask a question. Yeah. So the students you say most of them are writers. Most of them are writers.
So most of them are.
I said most of them, because you mentioned that most of them are writers.
Yes, they write very well. They write beautifully.
So you just have writers, producers, and directors.
We even have a problem on ground because we do not have film institute. So we just teach theory and we put production costs on the students. We don't have equipment. It's part of the burning issues. That's why I'm even here. So if you can get collaboration, if you can have a memorandum of understanding signed by University of Abuja and then whatever body that will be helping to fund our department.
So how much are you looking at?
Okay, so we'll proceed.
The reason I'm saying is so that we can also get, benefit. They can also benefit from all this. Because I am willing to do a donation to support that. I'm willing to do a donation to my foundation. And I believe that, Directors Guild of Nigeria made commitments to also facilitate training. And then you have another person who has a proper film school.
Yeah.
Bright Wonder has a proper film school.
So
you
we'll
can
start coming
collaborate with
there.
him. You also have another person with a lot of experience and who also trains a lot. And then beyond that, he is a PhD holder in that area. So you see there are a lot of benefits you can get from this table. And you can also pitch to the people we can now pitch to our foreign collaborators to see how they can support. Because I want at the end of the day, you would say you came to this conference and you got something out of it. I don't like situations where people come to conferences and they don't get. So personally, I can pledge ₦1 million to support that cause. Through my foundation, so I have a foundation called the Pan-African Film Development Foundation, so I can pledge ₦1 million to that cause.
Okay, I wanted to add something, but now that Mr. Parrish has started calling money, I'll just calm down small. So what I do for, as a little contribution, I'll come back to you, sir. What I do personally is that I go to Bayero University and teach in the Department of Theatre and Performing Arts every Monday. That's one. And then Cosmopolitan University, of course, Ima keeps bringing us there. But it's much more. For every of my production, I take 10 interns from universities, 10, and deploy them to different departments of their interest. So at the course of the production, we'll tell them, you are coming for internship, we are not going to pay you. But at the end of the day, when they are going home, we still give them, after 3 weeks, you can't say somebody should come and stay with you for 3 weeks and you will not give him money to buy bread and go home. So I might also be willing to extend that to a university, especially now that I've gotten the right to make a film from Professor Zainab Alkali's book, The Stillborn. So it is something we can continue to do within the industry. My senior colleagues also have something to add on that.
Okay, mine might be from a little different perspective. I said earlier here that I had a brief conversation with the president of Directors Guild, and I won't say I'm so shocked, but the program, this conference 1.0 is almost coming to an end. You don't know how excited I am about that. And this thing is created so that conversations like this can drive. Madam, I can tell you that your coming here is already a success, and that also tells to the success of this program that we're doing. So my perspective is this. I would want you to also tell your students that nobody owes them anything. The moment we leave here, trust me, almost everybody here is fighting a demon. So they don't have the passion or the interest or this to support. It's just that there's so much weight also they carry, and they are fighting to make that happen. But like Dr. Obi said, like Parrish just said, what Parrish is doing is, while he's reaching for something higher, he's trying to also still be delivering down support. That's what he's doing. But trust me, he has a lot he's also fighting. So I would say encourage them to, if there are 300 of them, maybe they would have flooded this hall. It could also create an ambience that say, who are these people? Do you get? So thank you for those of you who are out here. That's a brilliant one. I'm telling you that when people see your fire, they support it. Remember what I said earlier, people don't support what you want to do. They support what you're doing.
Yes.
So you've got to wake, even when it's not working, wake up every morning, take your bath, and show up. So when somebody is not showing up, how can somebody invest in you? A lady came out to me yesterday after the European short film competition we had. She said both the ambassador and the deputy ambassador saw that small film I showed. He said both of them gave me their cards. I'm talking of the ambassador of the European Union. Gave her his card. The deputy gave her, she's an emerging filmmaker, and she said, they said give a call. Do you know what that means?
Film.
Of the European Union.
3 minutes.
Do you know what it took me to get the European Union, not the ambassador's card? So it's not the type they just give you a card, they give you the real thing. So I'm saying when they show up, opportunities, sometimes that thing you're crying for, you're getting results right now because you showed up. Tell them to always show up. There are still festivals, there are still things that are happening. If they show up, they are going to get responses. And just like Parrish has said, just like he's contributed, if you look through my trail, you understand I've always been passionate about using my platform to support people. So I won't want to tie it. I would rather tie it to my president, the DGN president who has set up this platform. Whatever conversation, reach out to DGN, this conversation, advance it with DGN. When we need to be called, even from the standpoint of my academy, and good enough, DGN also have an academy. So from that point, whatever the president says, in this regard, to support what you've just said, we're going to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, right.
All right. She'll add, and then I'll take just 2 more questions, and we are out. Just 2. So let me see your hands.
One person is here.
So 1.
One here.
And then.
Okay, only one.
Okay, 1 is okay. We've closed. 1.
Okay. I just wanted to add that most of the projects I mentioned with the BBC, with WIPO, with Accountability Lab Studio, was actually me training young filmmakers to do this same thing that I do. So I've actually trained over 600 youths and women in making films. I just came from a training right now. I was training women in leadership and governance and storytelling and content creation. I just came from there this morning. I think there were 35. So you can add 35 to the 600 and something already. So I actually do have an online training course too, where I train people in Liberia, Ghana, Kenya, and the rest. And most of these productions, like I said, are all about training the young ones to do the same thing on the job. And just as he said, nobody owes you anything. Last year I was here on Zuma, and I actually had a panel discussion too, and I did meet a lot of film students from the Film Institute, and knowing where they are coming from, 25 years ago, I was sitting on that seat too, watching Zuma Film Festival as a student. So I reached out to them and tried to help lots of them. I've offered lots of courses to them. But as he said, no one owes you anything. If you don't come with the same energy, we have other things to look for. So most of them did not show up. It's a free class, they didn't show up. It's a free production, it's a paid production, I was actually paying. They didn't show up. So we're asking for transportation to Abuja and accommodation. So it really boils down to you. And as he said, if you do something little and put it out there, that's when you will get the attention of the men on this stage and the young lady on the stage. But if you don't do anything and you're just asking for our cards, there's nothing for us to support. There's nothing for us to encourage. So do something and we will support that. And I am also willing to come teach. Thank you.
All right. Final question. Thank you, Gloria.
All right. Before I call the young man, this is for you, man. I think your students should also take advantage of the several film festivals that abound in the country right now. The president here runs Coal City Film Festival in March. Mr. Bradwanda runs Impact Film Festival in October, November. There's also International Student Film Festival, even Zuma Film Festival. So beyond just attending, they should begin to make short films. Forget about the big equipment. Make short films even with your phones. Because when you come to this place as a filmmaker, the way our brother from Spain is here, he's a filmmaker, you too are a filmmaker. You can walk up to him and tell him, yeah, my film is screening, and you can start conversations. So don't just sit down and wait. Try to go the other way around to see that you start activating something, and we'll always support you. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hirse Dalaham. I'm from Plateau State. Yeah, mine is not a question. It's more of, I think I want to agree with what Mr. Dr. Obi said earlier. I'm a filmmaker, and then I've not really received grants, but then I've gotten funding for a project. And sometimes in 2017, I made a film. It's a web series together with some of my colleagues. It wasn't really successful because we developed an app, more like a streaming platform where people would go, subscribe and watch. But 2017 now, people, even now, for people to subscribe and watch a project is really rocket science. So we actually did that. It wasn't really successful because people didn't subscribe then to watch. And then we got tired and then gave up on the project. Fast forward till 2024, I actually got a call from somebody who actually said, they actually saw they're working on a project. They're actually doing some northern project. And then it's a project for Amazon Prime. And then they're looking at commissioning people from the north to do a project. And then, boom, they actually called us. So right now, I actually want to talk about what Dr. B said about investing in yourself. Most times you actually have to keep doing those things. Keep shooting those short films, keep doing what you have to do till when somebody sees that, okay, you've invested so much in yourself, and then right now, they're actually convinced enough to invest in you. But then if you just sit down and then keep writing and writing, well, you may be lucky enough to just keep writing and then get someone to want to, but even then, people want to see what you've done. What have you done? Okay, yeah, you've actually written this. It's English. Everybody can speak English. People can go to AI and then just write an amazing proposal. But then, okay, what have you done before? What do you have to back this English that you've actually written? So I just want to agree about investing so much in yourself to the extent that people see you and then feel, oh, okay, right now, I can invest. And then the name of my film, Finding Nina, I actually produced Finding Nina. It's showing on Amazon Prime. So if you've actually not watched it, Finding Nina, you can just go on Amazon Prime and check, and yeah, it's there. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. He's emphasizing on capacity building. Personal development is fundamentally personal. Nobody's going to develop you for you. So I'll take a shot I'll ask Oscar. Oscar, your film, Zimitiri, is already making waves after the other one has been translated into about 16 languages, winning 17 awards, the first one. If you are looking out for co-production, especially from Nigeria, what will you be looking out for a Spain-Nigeria co-production?
Yes, you mentioned the languages. For me, that's very important, no? A film to be translated. Sometimes we think, how can you measure that the film has been successful? Eh? Maybe if you travel to a lot of festivals, if you do money with it, if you are awarded, no? But for me, it's very, very important, the question of the languages. Mostly we use that in literature for writers, no? It has been translated to these languages. And I'm lucky because today is my first time a movie will be shown in Africa. It was a continent that I haven't. So now my film is gonna be in screening after this panel. You are all invited in the Jabi Lake Mall, yeah? But answering to your question, I think I've been also working for the jury in this festival, in this edition. That has been also a big privilege for me to witness how the films are made here. I must say that I have seen a lot of brilliant films. It has been very difficult to choose some of them. So I was looking at them with, thinking about working also together, yes? And because I see the bridges or the connections are very easy, yeah? Even if we are not geographically, as I said, very close. But I find that we are very like brothers in cinema. No? Films here are not in the same structure or editing ways that in the European way. But I believe in that richness also. No? I don't like the single way or the single story, as Chimamanda, the writer. What's the name, sorry, of the Nigerian writer, the woman, Chimamanda.
Chimamanda.
Yeah. She used to say a lot that, no, the danger of a single story. So, watching these films as a jury member, I noticed that how lucky we are in that richness. No, we can tell stories from different corners. We can edit the movies in different ways, and we can work together with different countries. No? That will be very nice. So, for me, this is one step for the future.
All right, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll throw the curtain, but I will liken this to a film, a movie. So I will take each of them to give us their final scene before we roll the end credit. I will take it from the founder of Nollywood Travel Film Festival, Mike Parish. What's your closing scene?
No, so I just encourage, like Bright had said, very key, very important message I'll take from Bright. It says that you must, take yourself serious and show up, which is important. As much as I'm making commitment, I think it's also important that people also make commitments to help themselves. And on the second note, please, from here, I would appreciate if we all come to Silverbed to watch Oscar's film, because the film starts showing by 5 p.m. And if we have most of the people in this audience attend the screening, I'm sure we would have a good screening. Thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Obi Emilonye is the producer of Mirror Boy, last flight to Abuja, and right now, Safari. And he has his own closing scene. Doctor?
I'm looking for an agent, you know.
Yeah.
My advice to young filmmakers particularly is start from where you are. Don't plan that shoot with a red camera or Arri Alexa and all of those things. Start from where you are. Use your phone to shoot something. Improve yourself. If AI is coming out, learn to use AI. People say AI will take your jobs in the future. People that know AI would take the jobs of people that don't know AI in the future. That's what's going to happen. Improve yourself. Be humble. And, you know, when we started filmmaking, there was no social media. You could not reach anybody. But everybody on this stage, if you search them, you'll find their social media handle. You can DM them. You can send them direct messages, and they will respond to you. If there's somebody you admire their work, reach out. Make friends. Network. Because this industry is not a one-man industry. It's a community. To make a film, you need a community. And you build that community by extending friendship, hands of friendship and collaboration. And finally, the guilds are important. If you want to release a film in the cinema, you have to be a member of a guild. So if you're an actor, join the Actors Guild. If you're a director, join the Directors Guild. If you're a producer, join the Producers Guild. If you're a cinematographer, join the Cinematographers Guild. Even if you're a student, they have associate memberships that can give you a bridge to becoming a full member. The benefits are multiple, and you will get to meet people that would move you forward in your career. Good luck. God bless.
All right, Terence Kumalo is a multi-award winning South African filmmaker. Your closing scene.
I'm here to promote collaboration with South Africa. Through the NFC, you can reach out to them and we'll set up programs. We're looking at seeing how we can make it practical for South African and Nigerian filmmakers to collaborate. We have had collaborations on an informal basis for a number of years. Yeah, so you can reach us via the Nigerian Film Corporation.
Thank you. We have Oscar Alegria, the producer-director of MMAC, and then Zumiriki. Your closing scene, please.
Yes, I've been lucky because also in the jury I have seen a lot of student movies, and some of them were very veteran. I mean, it didn't look like student movies. So that's a very good news. And I will tell them, I wasn't a student also, so when I started making films, the best thing is to feel the freedom of making a film. I think that's very important, because sometimes we go to the other films or the classic rules. We try to make the films like, you know, in a very not free way, you know. So for me, that's the best point of cinema, to be free, to enjoy freedom, and not to lose it.
Thank you very much. The CEO of High Definition Film Academy and the curator for EU Short Film Competition, who is also a seasoned filmmaker. Your closing scene,
All right,
please.
thank you, sir. I'll just speak from the guy who won the best film yesterday. He made a statement. A couple of people didn't get what he was saying. I only got to know after we left the stage. That guy broke his leg. You saw, those of you who were here, you saw him on crutches. He was having a staff. The guy broke, as in when I say a major disaster that cut his leg, his bone in two. I think what I was told, he had 2 or 3 surgeries, as in after the first one they had to repeat it. It was in the midst of this he made that film.
Actually from a wheelchair.
From the wheelchair he made the film. The other guy who was, I think, second runner-up told us how it was in the midst of that stuff his mother died. So he was trying to bury his mother when he had to make that film.
He was burying his father.
He was burying his mother.
When he was
What am I saying? Anything right now that is stopping you from taking a step is an excuse. Kill it. Don't allow anything that stops you from taking a step in doing what you want to do now. I will not forget to attribute the fact that my film festival that I held last year and the one that I held this year, this man seated right here, my president, I can tell you he was incidental to it. My festival had not held for 2 years, and he told me, Bright, just do it. Why? Because I was waiting I need certain kind of resources. He said, but do it. And it's recorded, and I did it. And it was good last year. It was much better this year. Next year, we're taking off the roof. Do it. Just do it. Even if you don't do it right, it's okay. You learn. Do it. And finally, I will say to you, one thing that can really help you stand out, think bigger than yourself. Let everything not be about you, me. Most times, you find your biggest breakthrough when you're trying to help somebody accomplish. Show up for people when it's time for you to do. They will so show up for you that your budget might be cut by 80%. It's one of the ways you can even get the funding you're looking for. Because when people like this contribute to your work, you will discover that you need 10 million. All of a sudden, all you need now is now 1 million. 9 million has been covered by people you helped. Thank you so much.
Gloria Gule, impact filmmaker, dangerous resource person. I mean, dangerous resource person.
My last scene will be most of the students in the room right now waking up tomorrow. And regardless of how you feel, regardless of what the country is saying out there, regardless of what your family is going through, regardless of your bank account, you take everything that this man and this young lady have told you and you research. You go out there and look for companies that you feel would sponsor your film. And you pick just 1 or 2 teams, and then you shoot something little with your phone. And then you use AI and edit it. Trust me, do not let the big funding or the lack of funds be a limitation to your minds, because the dress you're wearing right now is a costume. The house you live in is a location. So shoot something. And with that pilot, you will definitely have the big budget films you're looking for.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you to DGN for giving me this opportunity. My name is Prince Daniel Aboki. I'm the director of Me Martaba, Nigeria's official entry for 2025 Oscars. And then our interpreter, a round of applause for her. Amazing Stephanie, the amiable Stephanie, has been the anchor for the day. Thank you, everyone. I want to say a very big thank you to the sound team. The sound has been absolute. Please, a round of applause for them. Camera guys, they've been standing all day. A round of applause for them. And to all of you. And we want to thank Zuma for the platform given to DGN. By privilege, I'm the vice president of DGN in charge of the northern region, and also the chairman of the local organizing committee for DGN Summit. And the PRO there is one of the men running around. Emmanuel, just wave. Thank you very much. So over to the anchor. Let us network. Thank you.
Halima, are you around? Can you please come close? Yes, yes. Miss Halima, we're reserving the vote of thanks for you. She's not available. anyone from the CFA available to do the vote of thanks? Can I get somebody from the CFA? Mr. Brian Ofem, are you available? Public Relations Officer. You have that.
All right, thank you. Let me quickly apologize that our festival director, Mrs. Halima Oyalade, is unavoidably absent, and the Director, Public Affairs of the Nigerian Film Corporation, Mr. Brian Etuk, is quite busy somewhere else, and so let me stand in their place to do this vote of thanks and to thank the DGN for such an amazing day we have had with them hosting the series of events here today as far as Zuma Film Festival is concerned. I must say that it's been an eye-opener for all of us who are here today, from the first session, the second session, and this other session that had just been held. On behalf of the Nigerian Film Corporation, we thank all of you, and we hope that the partnership between us and the DGN can only get better because of the great ideas that we share in common. And let me use the same opportunity to thank everyone today for the event we have had since morning. And to mention that we will continue at the Jabi Lake Mall, where a series of films have been lined up to be screened. Please, we will encourage all of us who are here today who can make our time to be there at the Jabi Lake Mall to see these films that will be screened there. And to let you know that tomorrow is the grand finale of the Zuma International Film Festival. You can't afford not to be there. We want to use this opportunity to invite all of you to the grand finale. Please do make out time to be part of that event. We thank all of you, and with this, we have come to the close of today's event. Thank you.